Battlefield 6 multiplayer gameplay reveal waiting room. It's something we've been doing on my channel for a while. When there's an event coming, we're just going to kind of hang out and wait for it to happen. So that is what we'll be watching later. If you're looking for my live reaction to that in my co-stream of the multiplayer reveal, that will be a separate stream. So if you're watching this later and you like live discussion, you like podcasts about gaming, and I am also safe for work, consider hitting subscribe. That way you can be here throughout the weeks for all of my content. If you want the behind the scenes content, hit join and pick Member Plus. So I'm going to end the previous stream. We covered the Nintendo Direct. If you want to see my reaction to that, feel free to check that out. That should be bringing everybody over with Redirect. The Silksong release date will never actually be announced. One day we'll just log in and realize it's been out for weeks, says Jason Schreier. Yeah, I bet. Thank you so much, Joker Quinn, for the first gifted member. Han shot first, and so did you. And he's like, hey, let's get this thing started here. Let's get to 586. We're 14 away. We always have multiple goals going on, so 500 unlocked Friday night. Now you guys can make my wife and I play a fun VR game on Friday night where I wear the headset. She'll be on a phone. It's a really cool-looking game on Steam that we will be checking out, and I keep forgetting the name of it. It's called Elsewhere Electric, and it's got nothing but good reviews, so we're going to be checking that one out. It just recently came out, and if you guys go a little crazy and you double the goal, you get to 1,000 on the week, there'll be a Saturday stream. I will be able to stream a little bit longer this time, kind of have my dinner with you, kind of chill, kind of vibe. We're going to do some like Mario Kart people wanted to see, as well as some other just fun games with the community. I think I still owe you guys a dating everything, so we could do that on Saturday as well. We're trying to do a 2 with birds with one stone. And a 10 bomb comes in with Pathalon Phoenix, getting us a little bit closer to that stretch goal. Thank you so much, Pathalon, one of the consistent and very generous folks here. We gift a lot. Every 50, I gift 5 back to the community as well. So you guys can consider that. And Ganks is asking for a song sample and wired rope with 17 little dinos. I don't even know what that is. Thank you so much. That's a combo that Wired Rope started. I appreciate that so much. So thank you to Pathalon Phoenix, and thank you to Wired Rope and Ganks over here cashing on those points. Redirect worked very well. Okay, good. As you guys pile in from the redirect, you know, there's almost 300 of you here. Smash the like button over here on YouTube. Those likes are immensely helpful to what we do. I can't even think of like what song I should play for you. If you guys aren't aware, like we should, I don't even know what the status of it is, but we were tentatively hoping to have the redirect was great. Didn't realize we were in a new stream. Yeah, sometimes the redirect is like really good, but we should have the music channel ready for you guys this week on Friday. That is something that we have been working on, and we issue with ad revenue metrics. What's the issue with ad revenue metrics? Do we even know? We are aware you're experiencing an issue with incorrect ad revenue metrics displayed on newly uploaded videos. Oh, okay. I was like, I haven't been doing anything with ad revenue metrics. What are you talking about? More combos coming in. You know what we haven't done in a while, says Ganks, and he redeems that song sample. So if you guys aren't aware, I've been using like I like to write. I'm a bit of a writer, and I've been writing lyrics to songs for a while, and yeah, I redid. I suppose I could let you guys hear a sample of Lying Mouth. I redid Lying Mouth. Lying Mouth was the sequel to Smiling Face. And thank you so much for gifting a member, Gwendolyn Gaming. And the first album should be available this week sometime, hopefully on Friday, before I was going to go out of town. It looks like my trip next week will not be happening, just to keep you guys kind of in the loop. We're still going to try and do, you know, the rush this week of a Saturday stream and like get those big member goals, because we still want to do that, and I still want to honor, you know, what we promised. But the trip is probably not going to happen. My sister-in-law is going to have surgery in the middle of next week. So how long will the event be? It doesn't say. It doesn't say. It just says lock in for the Battlefield 6 multiplayer gameplay world reveal on July 31st. So, will I pre-order? Will I pre-order what? Battlefield? No, I don't think so. I will not be pre-ordering Battlefield. I'm going to turn the browser down. I don't want to blare you guys out. But Ganks did cash in his points over there on Twitch, and I kind of want to honor that. And we did, I'll turn my music off just for a second. We did, again, rewrite Lying Mouth. Or not rewrite it. I'm sorry. Hang on. Okay, here we go. I got a good section for you. All right. This is just a real brief thing. This is something the boys on Twitch can do. I shouldn't blow your eardrums out. I'll slowly turn this one up. All right, that's all you get. So I redid that one, and I'm very, very pleased with how it turned out. Again, that's the sequel to Smiling Face. Yeah, the seamlessness of the redirect, Parasito, I actually think that's how it's supposed to work. They made some changes to redirect recently, and it's supposed to literally just do that. It's supposed to just be like, whoop, whoop, and all of a sudden you're like in a brand new video. That's how it's supposed to work. So hopefully it continues to work that well. Thank you everybody who came over from the Nintendo Direct. We're going to be just doing a waiting room for Battlefield, the Battlefield thing that they're doing later today, a multiplayer reveal. While we're waiting, smash that like button. And not my cup of tea, but keep up the good work. Yeah, I get that the music's not everybody's cup of tea, but it is something that the Twitch guys can cash in on with their viewership points. And it's something that I've really enjoyed. I've lost count how many songs I've written now. It's a stupid amount. We have probably, I don't even know now, 6 albums worth of music. And so we're going to slowly release those on a channel for those that are interested. Yeah. And Smiling Face and Lying Mouth are about pretty much all the music is about, everything I've been through and all the stuff that goes on, and it's a way for me to have like an outlet, like a cathartic outlet. I will pre-order Chillin' by the Fire. I will 100% be pre-ordering Chillin' by the Fire. Are you hyped for Battlefield 6? So I don't really get hyped for these types of games because first-person shooters can, be really hit or miss with me. I kind of burned myself out on first-person shooters. But I will say this. I always enjoyed the Battlefield campaigns, right? And I would imagine that from what they're showing, the actual campaign's going to be pretty good from what I can tell. I'm not really interested in the multiplayer. I've aged out, right? I've aged out. I'm too old for the multiplayer, and I played way too much. I mean, I played years of Call of Duty and Battlefield and all those games. My cup of tea, says Tommy. Is that you on the vocals? No, I write all the lyrics, so the lyrics are all original to me. And then there's an AI app called Suno that I use to make the music. And I've honed a sound. It's gotten more and more sophisticated, which is why I've redone some of the songs. I can actually make a playlist of like the songs that I think best represent like the sound I'm going for. And I can say, hey, make this new song and take inspiration from all of these songs. Up to now, you could only have it kind of mimic the sound of one song. Now I can have it mimic the sound of multiple songs. And it's just getting better and better at it. Like, I've got a couple of songs we played last week where I'm continually blown away at how much better it sounds every time. Like, it just continues to iterate and improve. I know people have different opinions on it, on the models and how they're trained and stuff, but to me it was a cathartic exercise. I like to write. I've been through a lot of crazy stuff, and it was a great outlet for me. So the first album, False Kingdom, should be available to you guys this week. We were going to try and launch the YouTube channel with all the music this week because I originally was going to be going out of town. That doesn't seem to be happening. So you missed the song Two Sides. Yeah, people have become fans of certain songs. The songs will all be available in due time. I am sorry that some of those songs you guys were enjoying by watching like past broadcasts. And some of those past broadcasts we had to remove because the members' content was getting kind of ridiculous in how it was treated on the platform. So, use your voice. I don't think I want to do that. I don't know. At some level, I like the idea of it not sounding like me, because I know you can do that. Like, I could upload my voice. Like, I could sing a handful of melodies to give it like a rough feel, but I don't want to do that. Never pre-order game, it's not worth it. As you guys are piling in and waiting for the Battlefield 6 trailer, or the Battlefield 6 multiplayer reveal, do me a favor and hit that like button. We got people over here doing combos on Twitch. I don't even understand how it works, but you guys can keep spamming that. It's a way of using your bits, I assume. And we do have a friendly competition between the platforms if you guys want to start going crazy. You're literally 3 away from the milestone, by the way. Gwendolyn's actually going to put it 2 away. I'm sorry I missed this one. Gwendolyn bumps the line to 598. Whoever makes this hit 600 gets the 5 members. So whether it is YouTube or Purple, YouTube or Purple, somebody can steal it right now. Just for that, I just pre-ordered a game, says Eugene. In my opinion, getting more realistic about AI is fruitless endeavor because companies will 100% use it to massively increase their profit while we argue about not using it for ourselves. We just don't need to debate that today. And Parasito's going to steal it for Twitch, and Wired Rope's going to help him. 2 5 bombs coming in back to back for Team Purple, and then a 2-month resubscription for John Kicked. Thank you so much. And the member battle is maybe actually going to heat up today. Maybe we might actually have some competition. So now we're going to work on the big one. Every 100 on the way, I will let you guys unlock a song. But this is the big one now, boys. I know I do not stream on Saturdays, but a Saturday community stream is certainly in the cards if you guys want it. And that's going to take us to 609, but then it's going to go to 610 because we got a renewal from DP Sage and 615 because a 5-bomb comes in from Joker Quinn. A little too slow, Joker Quinn. It's been a minute since I've been in a stream. Did you finish Death Stranding? I literally rolled credits on Death Stranding 2 this week, and that is going to take this to 25 to 11 in the contest. I finished it this week, so I jumped back into Kazan, and I'm really enjoying it. It seems like it's going to be like the perfect game for me at the lower difficulty. I think it's like perfect for what I'm looking for. I know you can crank it up and have a really hard time. But yeah, I rolled credits on Death Stranding 2 this week, yesterday. It was yesterday. Sorry, it's been a bit of a blur. We have family in town. That always messes with my perception of like the schedule and time. And thoroughly enjoyed it. Thoroughly enjoyed the ending. Oh, yeah, I still think Expedition's taking it. Which weapon you using? I'm debating. Right now I'm enjoying the dual blades. I really wish that Kazan let you respec anytime. The way... I think it actually does let you respec anytime. The way that... what's it called? That was one of the best things about Wu Chang, is you could basically respec anytime you wanted. Excuse me. Satisfying ending? Very. But we're not going to talk about it because we don't want any spoilers. So yeah, Greatsword's pretty good right now, especially after all the patching. I was debating between the dual blades, the dual swords or whatever, and a spear. I remember enjoying the spear whenever I would use it. It felt like it had a ranged slam that you could kind of abuse in the open spaces, sliding enemies, like abuse in a good way. So, yeah. I think I'm going to try and put together a video. talking about what I think wins Game of the Year and why, like a spoiler-free one. You can respec in Kazan, especially the skills. If you need the skills in your weapons, you can do that at will. Okay, I thought you could because I moved one yesterday and I was like, wait, did that cost me anything? I wasn't paying attention. Okay, so yeah, I think I'm going to try that because I remember really liking the spear, but the dual wield is really, really fun. It's really, really fun. It's like the perfect game for me when you take the difficulty all the way down, because you're still having to time the parries, you're still having to play well. You know, I had a boss last night that was really cool, and his phase 2 was incredible. He looked like a giant, like alligator lizard thing, and like his arm turned into flame. And I was like, gosh, this is awesome. I feel like I'm playing like an anime or something. But I also like that it just feels more like a challenging action game than like a Souls game when you turn the difficulty down. Everybody's different. Everybody has their own preferences. That just suits my mood right now. My mood is Wu Chang kind of wrung me out like a rag. I'm not built for those games. It was like going to the gym. I really stretched myself. I really enjoyed myself. But that's just... my mood is just, I'm not trying to do that all the time. You know what I mean? It's like the way I talked about it in my video about Wu Chang. It's like sometimes you want to watch a really long, amazing movie like Oppenheimer, and you feel kind of tired afterwards, but it's so enjoyable. But then also sometimes you just want to like watch reruns of Brooklyn Nine-Nine, or, you know, watch a new sitcom or something, and it's shorter and it's more, you know, consumable. That's kind of how I think about it. It's like sometimes I really do enjoy my experience that I had in Wu Chang, a game that stretches me and takes me to the brink. But other times, man, I'm just trying to chill, dude. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so, yeah, Kazan on the easiest difficulty is, I think, very satisfying. It's very fun because the parries are just, to me, they feel just as good. It's like you can't play like an absolute scrub. Like, you'll die really quickly, even on easy. So, I'll be impressed if you roll credits on Kazan. It was difficult. I mean, are you talking about on the easiest difficulty, though? I mean, I beat Sekiro and Elden Ring. I don't know if Kazan on easy is gonna be that troublesome for me. Oppenheimer was a 4-hour movie about a guy trying to get a club membership card back. Thank you guys for 100 likes on YouTube, and thanks for tuning in. This is a waiting room for Battlefield 6. We're not requiring that you subscribe today to talk in my chat, because you may just be here for the event and you just want to talk Battlefield, and maybe you never come back ever again. That's totally fine, but that's why we're not requiring that today. And yeah, you're enjoying Wu Chang. Haven't had any problems on the 5. On the PS5 Pro, I didn't have any major problems, but the performance mode is still pretty shaky. I booted it up last night. Even Kazan looks better and more consistent on the frame rate and the smoothness, as well as just not looking almost like blurry. So there were also some issues I'd like to see them address with hitboxes and charge attacks on back, you know, that I was having in the Bride fight. I beat the Bride, and I had a lot of issues in that fight. Things that just weren't working properly. So I've seen other people talking about that, as well as some of the frustrations in the game, you know, with inconsistencies, as well as just punishment, because like they even addressed the mines that I brought up in my video. I was like, man, these mines, I don't know, and the poison, I don't know. It's like, makes it really hard just to kind of move around. Try to 120. Wu Chang's way tougher. Kazan feels really easy. Yeah, you stopped at the Chain Ogre on Sekiro. Yeah, I really didn't have that much trouble in Sekiro until I got to Ishin. Remember, normal is now what easy was when you were playing. No, Omar, I dropped it all the way down, brother. I dropped it all the way down to beginner. I'm straight up scrubbing it. I'm scrub status, dude. It just is such a fun... It's a fun game. You know what I mean? Like, I will never argue that games should put in difficulty modes. But if they put in difficulty modes, I'm probably going to drop it down, dude. I've just got to that point, man. I'm old man status, brother. I'm old man status. I'm like, let me just play, yo. I don't need my hands to hurt and my eyes to sweat after every fight. You know what I mean? Is Wu Chang having console problems? Nothing major. Oh, I didn't see this. 47 months of a Member Plus from Coles. Thank you so much for doing a Member Plus. I appreciate it so much. We're at 616. And I owe 5 members of Purple. I should probably do that now. I probably should have done that when you guys did it, because I probably could have helped us start a hype train or something. Let's see here. There we go. You've been playing on balanced unlocked. I was playing on performance locked. That was what they recommended when the review access went out. So, worst part of Wu Chang is the 1 minute trek back to the boss. Yeah, I don't get why they do some of those, bro. Some of the worst runbacks to bosses in Wu Chang, you have to take an elevator. And guess what that means? The next time you go to do it, hopefully you sent the elevator back, or you're just going to stand there waiting for the elevator. There's nothing worse than, like, you're in phase 2, you've almost got it, you're like, oh, I died. You're like, I've got him. And then you're like, just waiting for a frickin' elevator. Like, come on, man. They know what they're doing, too, when they do that. Like, that design, in a couple of the instances where it happens, I'm like, you literally did this to annoy the player. This is not here to serve the game. You are trying to be annoying, which is doubly annoying because it's like there's intention behind it, and it's like you're not trying to make a good piece of equipment here, like a good design decision. You're trying to be, annoying. Like, well, we know players are going to have to run back to this boss. Let's make them take an elevator that's slow. Oh, okay. Like, all right. You jerks. Because you're sitting there seething. You're just waiting to get back in there and give the boss what for. And you're just like, go to the elevator. Jeff Keeley says, how would you rate the Nintendo Direct Partner Showcase? Yeah, it is getting a pretty bad score. I just seen on Twitter that YouTube will start asking for your ID. This is false. If they estimate you're under 18. Yeah, as far as I can tell, that change on YouTube, we'll have to see how often it happens. I think they're trying to make sure they're in line with COPPA, the Child Online Privacy Protection Act that was put into place, that like you can't take information from, children, you can't give them personalized ads and all of the rest. I'm assuming they're going to be dinging obvious accounts that are, not, they're minors. It's UK only. Oh, is it only getting rolled out in the UK? In any case, I think people are overreacting, as they typically do in these situations. I think people are overreacting. I don't think it's going to start being like, yep, you want to use YouTube, got to get at your ID. They're not going to do that. That would absolutely murder the platform's engagement. They know that. I don't think they would roll something like this out, willy-nilly. So, thanks for the gifted sub. Well, you are welcome, Tubbs, and thank you so much for being here. If you're watching on Purple Man, you can hit that follow button. Hit that heart button. If you're watching on YouTube, you can hit subscribe. You can hit like. You can get to the behind-the-scenes content by becoming a member on YouTube. Just make sure you pick Member Plus if you do it. And there's this little pesky thing that can sometimes pop up in the middle of our streams, and I'm continuing to delay that for you. And a great way to help out the video is to hit like. That's very helpful when you do that. Kazan feels nice, though, playing Wu Chang at the same time. It feels more responsive, and it drops you right into the action. I think Wu Chang devs want you to die and lose your Mercury. Oh, for sure. Let's go PC for PC and compare builds. Why would why do you want to do that with all of chat? That would be crazy. There was something happening in Kazan where it was a light, heavy, and he jumps up in the air, and if you hit heavy again, he'll come back down, and it would not work well. It would not work well. What an effing terrible law. That should not be legal. No, we are not overreacting. As you literally type a sentence that misrepresents the situation, Garrett, it's not a law. It's not a law, brother. There was a Privacy Protection Act for children, for minors, that rolled out years ago, and YouTube had to be in compliance with it, which I think was a very, very good thing. There was all sorts of really, really bad and dangerous things going on. And as far as I can tell, all this is about is detecting obvious people who are not, being truthful about their age. Like, I don't think this is necessarily what you're making it out to be. Man, is my purple stream having a problem, or is it just my back? Is it just the dashboard? It seems to be hitching like crazy. I'm trying to watch and it's just going nuts. Not for you? Okay. Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on. Looks fine to me. Yeah, like I'm trying to watch and it's just constantly freezing. That's really bizarre. No issues here. Okay. It could just be the back end of Twitch. Let me pull up the public stream. No, even when I pull up the public stream, it's constantly hitching. That's really bizarre. Our video game is still considered a kid's hobby because this could affect my YouTubing, says Russell Stewart. YouTube didn't want to pay when we know they could have, so they impacted creators with COPPA, and YouTube were pissed. There were tons of videos back then when they did that. This is what we're not going to do. We're not going to sit here and debate YouTube policies with people that are going to run with... I'm not doing this with you guys. That's not what today is about. I have zero interest in discussing this with you. That's not what my channel's about, and this is not at all a thing that's going to happen. Anybody that continues the subject will be timed out. This is about games. We're waiting for Battlefield 6. I can't stand discussing this issue with people because everybody's misinformed and exaggerates, and I'm just not interested in it. Let's move on. But what I was talking about Kazan. The issue I was having with Kazan, where I would do a light, heavy, and I would like jump up in the air, and if you hit heavy, you'd like slam back down, and it wouldn't do it consistently. I couldn't figure out what was going on. And I think it was because I had two things spec'd into, and they both could proc on a heavy after two lights. And to me, I was like, why isn't this working consistently? And so I unspent points on the one and it fixed it. Did anybody else have that issue? Like, it let me spec into two things that were seemingly in conflict. Like, I couldn't consistently do the one combo, and I unspec'd the 1 point, and it like fixed it. It was like the game didn't know what it wanted to do, because it was like, you can do like a light, heavy, and it'll do one thing on the ground and one thing's like a jump in the air. And I was like, why am I not doing the combo? I was like, it's pretty straightforward. It's just a light, heavy. Time. The Battlefield thing is in 4 hours. The Battlefield thing is in 4 hours. Omar says, this happened to me and I could not figure out how to do the combo for like a week. So you did the same thing I did. You spec'd into both things. It just let you do it, and then they were basically in conflict. Okay. I thought I was losing my dadgum mind. I was like, this is such an easy combo, and it won't work some of the times. And it literally lets you buy two skills that are two combos, basically, that are basically in conflict. The skill customization is pretty robust because a lot of the skills... Oh, it causes a lot of the skills to conflict with each other. Okay. You were looking up on YouTube videos on and everything? Yeah, it was driving me nuts. I would go up to the most basic enemy, and I would go swing, and then I would just stand there. And I'm like, what are you doing, bro? Like, it's a really effective combo because sometimes you don't stun lock them, and the jump up... They miss. They'll swing and they'll miss, and then the spin down just absolutely wrecks them. Like they don't even get a hit on you. And then it kept messing up, and I was like, man, what is this game doing, bro? I think the skill specifies when you have to press triangle. No, this is literally bumper trigger. There's no triangle involved in this. Yeah. The Whirlwind one, the exact same combo. Yeah, it was driving me crazy. But then I went into the skills, and I remember thinking, it shouldn't let me do this. It shouldn't let me spec into this. They're both the exact same thing. So, Shinobi Art of Vengeance demo is available. There's a demo available on PlayStation? Are you serious? Oh, I moved my PlayStation to the living room last night. I am happy to announce that my wife and I got all the way to Biome 2 in Returnal and beat the boss. She's like, well, you beat the boss. I was like, no, we beat the boss together, because she got all the way to, I think she went down once. I got her back up. She got all the way to phase 3 before going down again. In Returnal. So we got to biome 3. My build is so good, we're going to try biome 3 with my checkpoint. She'll obviously have to come in and she'll have nothing, which is a bit of the bummer. That's the biggest bummer about co-op in Returnal, is you can't suspend the run as a co-op team, which is really unfortunate. Like, I don't know why I can't just initiate the suspension of the run and then it just says, hey, the host wants to suspend the run. Would you like to also suspend your run at this point? And then the next time they come in, it says, you have a suspended run point in co-op, join that person to pick it back up. It might not be as easy as I'm making it, but that's a pretty big bummer. But I told her, I was like, if we can get past biome 3, I think we can beat the game together. Like, I beat the game many times, but it would be fun to beat the game with her. So I was like, if we can beat biome 3, then we'll have the biome 4 checkpoint. We'll always be able to start at biome 4, and from that, I think from that point on, we'll be able to potentially beat the game together. So we just need to start a little bit earlier. We just need to be able to start a little bit earlier. We started a little bit late last night, so we were up until like 1 in the morning, and I was like, oh gosh. I was like, tomorrow's an early day because of Nintendo. I don't know how it works, merging, splitting, or is the run locked? Well, like, I can suspend my run and it saves my checkpoint, but she can't. So she'll basically just come in and join my run with nothing, basically. I could see exploiting carries if you're able to let people join and leave. No, you would suspend the run and the other person would have the option at that point to also suspend the run. I couldn't bring somebody in and have them have all their stuff. It would be saved to that person's account that was playing with you. So, I don't know. That's probably my only bummer with how co-op works. Well, there's 2 bummers with how co-op works in Returnal. There's how that works, and then that you can't do Tower of Sisyphus together. So, but I was pretty excited. We beat Frike, and Biome 2 was falling apart on this. I went down once. I was so tilted. They put those stupid whip teleporting guys. We had to fight 5 of them before we got to the boss. I was like, what? They're in like every room. I think they pile on some of the spawn rates of the harder enemies when you play co-op. I genuinely think they do. I think they do. Because even in Biome 1, we ran into more of those guys that like jump and slam the ground than I think I've ever seen by myself. And then when we got to Biome 2, those whip guys that can like teleport behind you, I'd never fought that many to get to the boss. I was like, this is ridiculous. And I finally, for the first time, I went down in a room. I went in to like melee a turret, and there was a guy to my left, and I didn't know he was there, and he just obliterated me. I don't remap the controls, but I do change one thing with Returnal's control schemes. I switch the alt-fire to left bumper. It's too easy for me to fully squeeze the trigger in a moment of panic. I actually don't aim all that often. I hip fire for the most part because it doesn't affect your gun's accuracy. But I switch it to the left bumper just in case. So sometimes you keep trying to get away from them and they keep lunging. It's a vicious feedback loop. Oh yeah, those guys that can like lunge and jump and everything in Biome 1, they can be brutal. And then the guys in Biome 2 that can teleport and they have like the sword, and you can like kind of see where they're going because their sword turns into sort of like a whip animation when they teleport. Yeah. We went down a couple of times, and I had to literally take Madam's controller and like cheese the enemies through a door because she had no health, and we still ended up being able to beat it. So if you guys are just tuning in and you're enjoying just kind of hanging out, talking games while we wait for the Battlefield 6 multiplayer gameplay reveal, hit the like button. If you like this kind of content, hit subscribe. We did hit the goal for Friday night, so Madam and I are going to have to play a game called Electric Everywhere or something like that. I keep forgetting the name of it. Next, you're going to tell me you play on Inverted. Well, I've actually been playing Inverted since the first game I ever played on PC was a flight sim on a mouse. So yeah, I actually do play Inverted. I don't know why people fixate on stuff like this. Elsewhere Electric is the name of the game. Elsewhere Electric. Yeah, so the first game I ever played was a flight sim on a PC up in my brother's room, and we had a mouse, and that was the first time I ever experienced controlling something. And then the first shooter I ever really experienced at length was GoldenEye, and GoldenEye was inverted. And so, yeah, what are we waiting for? Battlefield 6 is doing a multiplayer gameplay reveal event. You need help? I don't think so. I just think people play with what they're most comfortable with. Did you see the new China Hero games? I'll tag you. I saw the thread. You're probably going to tell me about something that I've already reported on. This is something that happens often in my line of work. You guys are like, Lona, did you see this thing? Because I did an entire stream on PlayStation's Secret Weapon, which I believe is the China Hero project, and I even had a video about the next 4 years, and I outlined a lot of those games that are being shown at the China Joy event. One of them, Exilage, we got new looks at the event, and Exilage looks very good. PlayStation is seemingly really stepping in and helping to fund some of these games, like fully funding some of these games from the reporting that I saw. And yeah, Lost Soul aside, has a lot of potential from what people are saying. And then the Exilage game, man, if they can get a successful like shooter live service game to launch and it's a hit in China, that could be a really, really big deal for PlayStation. Could be a very big deal for PlayStation. As I said in my, sort of original coverage of the matter, I think the China Hero project, is a secret weapon. I think they're gonna see a lot of good return from that. So, guys, double check that the like button's working. Sometimes it doesn't save your like. Let's try to get 200 likes really, really quickly. We've only been streaming for about 30 minutes. You guys are crushing it. Black Myth Wukong DLC leaked, possibly. The event is at 2:30. Does anybody know how to use Google? It's okay when people come here and ask. What time is the show? It's okay when people come here and ask. So, let's see, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. 4 hours, roughly 4 hours. You can just kind of hang out here. We do these streams called waiting rooms. It's just an opportunity for you to get to know the community and me and hang out. Maybe you decide to come back on another day. Maybe you get a gifted member. So, PlayStation's pretty dead at the moment. Needs a new big game. You mean like one of the top sellers in the month that it came out, Death Stranding 2, just last month? Was that not from Kojima himself? That wasn't big enough for you? I don't know. It's going to be probably one of the top selling games this year. I think it's already in top 20 for the quarter, and it hasn't even been out for I think it just now has been out for like a full month. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Lost Soul aside did get delayed, but that's next month, and that could be pretty big. And then Yote's in October. I'd say that's a pretty solid year. Are you doing Q&A today? Q&A is always open to members and subscribers, so if you're a paying member or a gifted member, you can always submit a question. Let me actually make sure that, yeah, we're good. It's clear. The backlog is clear. And Detective Seeds comes in with 37 months, says, I don't think you look like Jimmy Neutron at all. He didn't have a beard. Well, I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Detective Seeds. I have a hard time having comebacks to jokes written by 5-year-olds, so I'm sorry. I just instinctively feel like I'm punching down, so it's hard to clap back. Do you think the game will be optimized for old GPUs like GTX? What game are you talking about? Stop trying to make Horizon a thing. That's right. Stop trying to make Horizon a thing with its 38 million sales. Sir, would you grab it for me, please? What are you talking about? I don't know what there's. What do you want? Would you like me to do? I know what you want. Would you like me to grab my coffee that we sell? This is a great way to support the channel. Reforge Roast. This is not a sponsor. We've got a light roast, a dark roast, a medium roast. It's got all the specs back there. If you're a coffee drinker, you should definitely try it. Use the coffee command. There you go. ReforgeRoast.com, property of Reforge Gaming. Grab his hand. He's frightened. Well, I'm sorry that you're frightened. How long until the reveal? About 4 hours. If you like old school racing games, Underground and Midnight Club, you can customize your cars. It's pretty good. Pick it up for $40 Australian. What's it called? Car X Streets. I have not had a chance to check out Grounded 2. No, I was trying to finish Death Stranding 2, and I did, and then I jumped right into Kazan. I've been kind of itching to get into Kazan after playing Wu Chang. So, yeah. What are we doing in here if it pops up in 4 hours? So you're typing. I would assume that your typing means you can read, understand, and speak the English language. So if you look at the title of the stream as well as the thumbnail, it says waiting room, as in we're in a waiting room. We're just hanging out and waiting for it to happen. You know, that's what we're doing. If you ended up here by mistake, you know what I mean? Like when you got caught wandering the bra aisle in Target and had to explain yourself. I mean, if you ended up here by mistake, I'm sorry, but that's what we're doing. So Master submits a question, says, what are you hoping to see at Gamescom this year? I actually don't go into events like Gamescom, Tokyo Game Show, and stuff like that. I don't go in with wish lists of like games and things that I want to see. I typically just am like happy that there's events and there's announcements. You know what I mean? That's generally how I approach, things like Summer Games Fest and Gamescom and Tokyo Game Show and the Game Awards. I don't like to develop or come up with like wish lists. Now, I will do speculation, or predictions. That's a little bit different than having like a wish list. I'll be honest, Gamescom is a bit of a toss-up because what I would want to see, I'm waiting for the Saros gameplay deep dive. Saros is basically the spiritual sequel to Returnal from Housemarque, and they said there'd be a deep dive into more gameplay this year. But knowing PlayStation's marketing strategy, they're not going to say much about it or probably let them even like poke their head out until after Yote is out. So, a Venom announcement? Yeah, again, okay, PlayStation seems okay with announcing something when you're still kind of waiting on the next big thing, right? So they announce Intergalactic. They announce Saros, right? They don't have a problem doing that. But the actual, like, deep dives, blogs, showcases, details, gameplay, what have you, they tend to hold off on that stuff until after the next big thing is out. So, like, we didn't get to see the deep dive into Yote until after Death Stranding 2 was out. I think they're going to do the same thing with Saros. They're going to be like, we can't do the deep dive gameplay thing. Maybe it has its own state of play, which I would love. We're not going to do that until after Yote is out, right? So if there's anything from PlayStation at Gamescom or Tokyo Game Show that isn't just more Yote, I would imagine they'll just be announcements, not like substantive showcases or deep dives. So maybe we do that. Maybe this Venom game does exist, and they finally decide to announce it. I don't know. A joke. That's all. I don't know why I didn't grab your question. You might have something. Do you have a sim? No, it grabbed your question. Ignore that joke. Nightbot's telling lies. It got your question. Brett says, Lono, are you at all worried that all the false narratives around gaming cloud wind up actually hurting the market, like a collective self-fulfilling prophecy? I'm not actually sure what you're talking about. Outline for me what you mean, like, what false narratives are you seeing about gaming on the cloud? Detective C says it's going to have its own for Saros. I assumed after what they did with Yote, they would do the same thing with Saros. It'll be a state of play. I'm guessing mid to late October would be my guess. Like, let Yote have its day, and then a couple of weeks later, do a Saros deep dive. Again, I'm speculating. I don't have any inside information. Gaming could? Oh, I thought it said cloud. Okay, I'm a bad reader. Are you at all worried that all these false narratives around gaming could wind up hurting the market, like a collective self-fulfilling prophecy? Okay, now I understand what you're saying. Now I can answer your question. My bad on misreading it. Okay. Here's the deal. I think something that a lot of people don't realize is, and I've talked about this before, Twitter is such, and I mean such, a teeny, tiny slice of the gaming market. Like, if you put the global gaming market on a pie chart and you wanted to say, well, how much does Twitter impact anything? How many people that engage in gaming engage on Twitter? It wouldn't even be big enough to show up on the pie chart. You'd have to like zoom in. It would be like a thin line of a thin line of a thin line of a thin line. All the people that play across the globe, in the Asian market, in the Western market, like whether you're talking like European or American, okay, Twitter is literally nothing. It is absolutely nothing. So this idea that like false narratives are going to hurt the industry, because people are like, the new thing now is people are looking at the sales charts of PlayStation. They're like, yeah, PlayStation's upset about this. A bunch of third-party games that have always sold well on their platform continuing to sell well as third-party games. Like, and we talked about this a little bit this morning while we were waiting for the Nintendo Direct. So much of the dialogue around gaming on Twitter is just contorting to the lunacy. It's just the lunacy of Twitter is dictating how people talk about things. Like, a lot of these guys that write articles and blogs, they're having to contort their coverage, their headlines, and their tweets. They're having to like bend it to the lunacy of Twitter because that's how you get clicks. That's how you get clicks. And that's okay. So, and I tied this to SkillUp's new endeavor with his website. He said that like gaming press outlets have become unreadable. And you guys know this is true. I'll try and read an article with you guys, and we can't even see the dadgum article sometimes. There's videos popping up. They're asking if they can turn alerts on. They're making me accept their cookies. It's just like, I'm just here to read your article. They don't even care if you read the article. They don't care. They just want you to click so all those ads can fire. Pew, 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 pew. And like, they don't even care if you read the dadgum article. They don't care. It's not just Twitter, though. It's Facebook and Reddit. Lies and toxicity. But here's the thing. What moves the market is money and proper vetted research into what moves money. So if you think an uninformed person on Twitter who doesn't know the difference between revenue and profit, if you think they're going to have an impact on anything, I got news for you. The only impact they're having is on your peace as a gamer. That's it. They're just irritating you because you're like, how does this person even have anybody listening to them? They don't even know the difference between revenue and profit. Like, what the frick are we even doing here, right? I'm here to tell you. I would not at all think any of that nonsense has any play in the market or trends or decision making. You think somebody getting like a viral tweet about sales charts on PlayStation, you think that matters to shareholders or people that actually pay attention to what's going on? Like, you actually think PlayStation gives a single ounce of a frick that the charts are dominated by a third-party publisher? The people that are commentating on this are commentating as if it's a new development. It's always been this way for PlayStation. PlayStation has always had its sales charts dominated by third-party games. That's not a new thing. The sports titles, the live service titles, the Call of Duties, their sales charts have always been dominated by third party. People are under this delusion that there was some time where you would pull up the sales charts, which a lot of these people are just now doing this. They didn't do this 15 years ago. We didn't have these types of outlets and accounts and, oh man, people that were really invested in which games sold the most. Like, this wasn't a thing 10 or 15 years ago. But people are under this deluded state to think that, like, the PlayStation 1 through 4 was always, oh yeah, the sales charts were always dominated by first party. It's never, ever been that way. They've always made the bulk of their money from third party. Because if you really think about it, How could it be any other way? They don't have the money or the capital to own the number of studios that like a Tencent or like a 2K or now Microsoft own. These guys own like conglomerates of studios. It's ridiculous how much property they own. PlayStation's never had the spending capital to rival that. So PlayStation has always focused on growing the platform to such a size that we're the premier place. We are where all the sales happen. Like the fact that Xbox did this and is seeing high return isn't going to motivate PlayStation to do the same thing in turn, because Xbox is a significantly smaller platform that has significantly worse sales ratios. You're not going to get this from like backwoods coverage on Twitter where people don't even know the difference between revenue and profit. You're going to get people that are like, yeah, this is a bad look for PlayStation. And like, that's the depth of their commentary. And if you say anything that I'm saying, you'll be labeled as a coping pony, because that's the depth of analysis that you're getting. Accept my thimble deep analysis of a complex market. And if you don't accept my thimble deep analysis, I'll just call you a name. That is not worth your time. That is not worth your time. None of that will impact anything these companies are doing. They don't go to Twitter to be like, well, but is a person with 15,000 followers on Twitter okay with this? Well, no. No. They're going to do their own market research. They're going to determine what they think is best for their property. Now, if there's a future where they decide their property is best served, like maybe they take some old PS4 games and port them to the Switch too. Maybe they have no problem in 2029 with PC versions of their games being sold in an Xbox application. Maybe PlayStation determines that that's totally fine and good for their brand. Everything I covered, earlier this week, and still to this day, everything I'm observing, PlayStation has not wavered in their commitments to being a hardware-centric company. They're not a software-centric company like Microsoft. They are hardware-centric. That's why they have the relationship with AMD. That's why there are updates coming to PSSR. That's why all of these machine learning investments that they're doing are going to yield results on the PlayStation 6, which, according to Herman Holst, the big tentpole titles are meant to show off the hardware. They're not going to waver from that. If they were wavering from that, again, you would see clear indications in the structural arrangement of these studios. They would be budgeting, hiring, and adjusting pipelines for multi-plat development. And there isn't a single studio that's doing that. There isn't. Imagine that this job posting that set the world on fire, imagine it really was the starter pistol of change. There would be network-wide ripple effects across PlayStation studios. It would be an undeniable thing. You'd be like, yeah, look, they're hiring, they're restructuring, they're reallocating. Did they make structural changes for their live action push? Well, the live action push, they did. They signaled it on the budget, Zubair. They signaled on the budget. They said, this is how much money we're going to be spending into live service, and live service will be multi-plat. Now, they didn't go into any of these studios and restructure them, but they gave them money, and they said, okay, Bend pitched a game, you can. Bluepoint apparently pitched a game, you can. And then we know that they invested in the situation with Firewalk, with Concord. So again, you didn't have to theorize. Is PlayStation investing in live service? You didn't have to theorize. It was loudly and clearly stated. They showed a bar graph, and they were like, here's how much money we're spending in live service. If there was some Project Latitude PlayStation thing at play here, you'd see evidence of it. There'd be budgetary shifts for it, because you would need to change the structure of Insomniac and Santa Monica and Guerrilla and Naughty Dog. You would be restructuring these studios to equip them to do this, because you have studios right now that are equipped with and built around the centrality of their development is the PlayStation. You can't just go in and say, oh, hey, by the way, can you also make your games for PC and Xbox? Which really twist your noodle around this one. For 5 years, they've been putting games on PC. How have they been doing it? How have they been doing it? Did they suddenly tell Guerrilla to start doing parallel development for PC? Did they tell Insomniac to do that? No. They've been leveraging porting companies and assisting by porting companies to bring the games to PC later as a complete product. So even in their efforts to bring games to PC, you have all the information you need that they are not shifting to day and date. They're not shifting to full slate. They're not doing any of that. By releasing crap ports like God of War, Days Gone, Returnal, Spider-Man 1, Miles Morales, Horizon, both Horizons. Last of Us needed patched, and Spider-Man 2 needed patched. The vast majority of the ports have been highly praised. Like, mathematically, you couldn't claim that the ports have been bad when the vast majority, like 95% of them, have been hailed as technical works of excellence. And then you had a rushed port with The Last of Us Part 1 and a rushed port with Spider-Man 2. And they have been since fixed. So again, listen, if you think this question is, like, do you think false narratives around gaming could hurt the market? No, because the market doesn't pay any attention to this crap. If PlayStation paid attention to the lunacy of Twitter and our little happy home that we have here and our complaints about state of plays and showcases, don't you think by now they would have switched the way that they do showcases and state of plays? Take the L, Sony. Take the L. L, what an L. Xbox wins again. Xbox wins again. Every summer we had the same conversation. It was like deja vu every single summer. And guess what? PlayStation never once wavered or changed how they handle things. Because they don't do state of plays for us. They don't do showcases for us. They do them for the market at large. And this is something that people don't understand. And this is something that they don't understand, again, because their analysis is the level of analysis that doesn't understand the difference between revenue and profit. They will say things like, what an L, Sony, so much third party. They don't realize the insane flex that it is for PlayStation to do a state of play or a showcase dominated by third party. There are way more third-party games, developers, publishers, and studios out there. And when you're the premier platform, you're the platform that studios want to work with, why do you think we're in the situation that we're in right now? Why do you think we're in the situation that we're in right now? Why? Because one platform went to studios and said, what do you need? What do you want? What can we do to make the hardware conducive to your development processes? If you go and watch one of the latest Laura Fryer videos, she absolutely lays the groundwork for why PlayStation crushed it and why Xbox fell behind. Because she talks about, in the earlier days, that was something that they capitalized on. PlayStation was harder to develop for. This gave them a leg up in 360. If they wouldn't have rushed 360 to market and had the red ring of death, 360 probably could have been an even stronger generation for them. But they were able to leverage better development environments for studios, and PlayStation wasn't doing well in that environment. The whole entire coin flipped over this gen. I mean, a complete loss of the core principles of how to get studios to want to develop games for your platform. Xbox is like, let's launch with a weaker box, with a memory bottleneck that as soon as the specs were in the public, developers were like, that's going to be a problem. Didn't you ask anybody about that? The guys from id Software almost immediately said it was going to be a problem. They deleted their tweets after they got bought by Microsoft. I'm sure that was like literally email number 1 to those gentlemen after they were purchased. Hey, can you go delete those tweets that talked about the memory bottleneck of the Series S? So that's why we're in the situation that we're in. That's why games were coming out late and not feature complete and missing features and at 30 FPS. Why do you think that happened? You think it was just a coincidence? Like every studio underneath that ownership over there is struggling with this stuff? It's because of the way they treated the hardware. So again, the entire, it's myth. It's myth and legend the way that people talk about these two platforms. I would just ignore it if I were you. These false narratives have no footing at all. I want you to really think about something. For 5 years, a particular side has run false narrative about Series S is going to run circles around the PS5. The PS5 is not strong enough. You know, PS5 is going to get outsold this gen. Xbox is going to catch up. Blah, 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 blah. Did it impact the market at all? Did it? Did it have an iota of influence on the outcome? No, it didn't. That's all the proof you need. The market doesn't respond to this nonsense. It doesn't. If the market responded to this nonsense, all the false narratives about the Series S, all the false narratives about it being stronger, better, faster than the PS5 would have swayed the market in its favor. Look at the price point, for crying out loud. It didn't work. Didn't sway the market at all. Hamstrung all the developers. Completely bottlenecked their ability to ship games at quality, feature complete, at a cadence that they promised. All those false narratives didn't do jack squat, brother. It didn't impact the market one bit. If anything, it laid groundwork for Exodus to be very, very quick. Because as Big Flop is saying, I have a Series S, got it around 2022 because I wanted to have a console not from 2013. It was nice for what it was, but it's a real handicap now. Right. Anybody who bought into those false narratives, anybody who bought into that nonsense, they're far more, I think, apt, far more likely and quick to just abandon the platform. Because they believed a bunch of BS. Like, do you really think the consumers that paid attention to the buffoonery on Twitter over the past 5 years are like, yeah, I'm going to stick it out. I'm going to stick with this brand for another go-around? Or do you think they're fed up? Phil Spencer and all those guys, they played the public like a bunch of fiddles. Like, if you think Twitter's having an impact, go back and look at the abysmal takes and the lunacy that people said leading up to right now, and they are literally, their batting average, they might as well be playing baseball with a pool noodle. Like, they didn't hit a single prediction. They didn't hit a single ball. They didn't get a man on base. Their batting average is terrible. So if you think the false narrative peddlers, who are once again running the gamut of nonsense, if you think they're going to have an impact on the market, they're speed running their irrelevancy. I mean speed running. Because the same thing's going to happen in a couple of years. People are going to realize you said all this stuff, you made all these predictions, and yet PlayStation and Nintendo are just continuing to not do all the things that you said they were going to do. We overthink this. Are the players on Xbox having fun? That's the only thing that matters. Well, seemingly they're leaving. Hardware just continues to drop. You know, the hardware just continues to drop, like, year over year. Hardware comments. Sorry, Savage, you called me out about this. Savage Sharkbite with the VIP says, add mine to the total. Am I still dope and deserve dope stuff? You are dope and deserve dope stuff, Savage Sharkbite. I am so sorry. I made you wait a long time to shout that out. Guys, check your renewals, check your primes, check the like button. Get us to 200. Is PC considered Microsoft hardware? No. And by extension, Xbox? No. It's not. Just came from the Nintendo partner. I think there was only 1 to 3 new games. Wasn't expecting huge news, but dang, a lot of just old ports. Yeah, Smooth Jazz. I was kind of detecting, like a disturbance in the force, that was going to be a huge, huge thing. I don't know when I said it or when I wish we had a way of like tabulating this, but I think I said a couple of months ago or something. I said you are going to see a monsoon of games porting themselves to the Switch 2. It's going to be a land rush because they know that thing's going to saturate the market an insane amount. And porting the game over there and selling, 500,000 copies is probably worth it to a lot of these companies. Creature says they're down over 20% for the 5th consecutive year in a row. That doesn't tell me Xbox players are having fun. Yeah, I think that's the other thing that people are missing in some of the analysis that we're seeing out there is it's like, oh yeah, look at how well the games are selling on PlayStation. PlayStation's going to feel a certain kind of way. They're going to do the same thing. Yeah, PlayStation also sees that 5 years in a row the hardware is down. So it's like, why would you invest any money at all in taking some of your most valuable property over there? Like it just wouldn't make an ounce of sense. Was that Ben Affleck? Oh, on the thumbnail. We don't think it's him. We think it's, what's his name? I said his name wrong the other day. Loving my Switch 2, and I welcome the ports, and I know Nintendo has more games coming. I know. I'm torn between continuing with Kazan or playing Tears of the Kingdom. I'm kind of torn. Hardware might be down again, but looks at the MAU. Is that not the same or higher from the last one, or their player base not dropping? MAU is such a juiced number, Chris. In their MAU, they get to count Minecraft and Call of Duty. They get to count any game they purchase. They get to count Candy Crush, brother. Like, you think their base is growing because they're like, hey, we bought one of the most popular mobile games out there, and we now get to count those people as in the MAU. Like, come on, man. The MAU number and the growth of the MAU number is a flex to the shareholders because they spent a ton of money, and that's one of the best things they have to show for the money that they spent is they have an insane number of monthly active users, because when a mom boots up Candy Crush and spends $5, there you go. She's one of the MAUs. Like, come on. Shifting to focusing on MAU makes sense, halfway through the gen for PlayStation, because they're basically like, well, now the PlayStation hardware sales are going to slowly come down for the rest of the gen. So let's focus on MAU. Let's focus on getting more money from each individual user. PlayStation and Xbox are both focusing on MAU because that's where the money is. Yeah, Josh Dumel, or however you say his name, Dumel, that's where the money is. But to act like, well, Xbox is growing because their MAU went up. And it's like, their MAU went up because they bought some of the most popular property in the dadgum world. I mean, they now own Call of Duty. So yeah, your MAU is going to go up overnight when you do that. That would be like, yeah, we've increased our average foot traffic every month, and you just bought a couple of Walmarts, Yeah, our foot traffic went up just an insane number. Yeah, you bought a couple of Walmarts. Of course your foot traffic went up. Dear Lord, like, you bought one of the most popular retail brick and mortar locations in existence. That's essentially what they did. He's not a good look for video games? Oh, he's got a good look for video games. Yeah. I think he looks good in the role. Thoughts on Chronos New Dawn? I've been seeing a lot of gameplays and trailers for it. Looks promising. There's a 35-minute gameplay thing that I wanted to watch and react to. We may do that tomorrow at some point. Those games typically don't call to me. If the premise of the game is tank-like slow movement and like in a very tactically, is tactically a word? Yeah, tactical way. In a tactical way, I'm like shooting out their legs, and I'm like, doom, doom. That doesn't end up making me feel scared or intense. I end up feeling kind of annoyed. So I would like to see more gameplay to see, is that just the crux of the game? I know people love those games. I am not at all being critical. I am not complaining. I'm simply saying there are games I like, and there are games that like I just kind of don't. And that's sort of in that vein of, like the Dead Space games. I was late to the Dead Space franchise at a time where I was looking for co-op games to play with my buddy because we really liked playing Borderlands together. And so we played Dead Space 3 together, and I liked that. I missed out on the early Dead Space games. I was a COD head. So I played, when I came back to console, all I pretty much played was Call of Duty and Gears of War. That's all I wanted to play. I bought a 360, and those are the two games I played the most. So I missed out on I missed out on the first and the second Dead Space. And so I know Dead Space fans are like, well, Dead Space 3 is like the worst one. It was my introduction to the franchise, and I played it with my buddy, and we had fun. It's that it's that simple to me. It was like that was my engagement with Dead Space. If that has shaded my opinion of those games, or if that hurts my gamer cred, I don't really care, because that's how we all experience games. Like, the first time you experience a game as a child especially, that's going to impact the games you end up liking. Like me always losing in Street Fighter and Killer Instinct, but me being really good at GoldenEye, Time Splitters, and Quake. Well, what do you think that did to my preferences, right? You couldn't pay me to pick up a fighting game now. And I gravitated towards shooters, which means I played Quake 2, Quake 3, Unreal Tournament. When I got back into console gaming, it was all Gears, it was all Call of Duty. So a game like Dead Space wouldn't have called to me until I saw Dead Space 3 had co-op, and me and my buddy were looking for co-op games. So my take on this is very much informed by my experience. You know, how good were you back then? I was in a Quake 3 Rocket Arena clan, and we were in second place on the Eastern Ladders. Like, I went to Michigan twice for LAN parties. I was decent, and could play at a pretty good at a pretty decent level. I was not one of the team leaders in our clan, but I was like a good, reliable, middle of the pack player that could play the right positions and make the right picks. You know, I wasn't going to be like melting people with the lightning gun or sniping people with the railgun. We had people for those. I was more like support, rockets, corner fighting, keeping people back with prevent on flanks, because there were just certain positions on the map you would basically just try to control, and then that was how you won in Rocket Arena. So, you know, whenever some of these games came out, I just didn't really feel a draw to them. You know, everybody's got their own sort of like gamer history, and I think a lot of what you play is going to shape what you like. And so sometimes people are like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you don't like turn-based games. I can't believe you didn't play that game. Everybody has their own history with games. Like, imagine if I did that to you. Like, you didn't play Mario, you didn't play Duck Hunt, you didn't play Frenzy on Coleco. Oh man, you're such a tourist. Well, that would be a weird way of measuring somebody's history, because we all have a different journey as a gamer. There are games that you played and loved and games that I played and loved, and our journey is just very different. And all of that, I think, has an enormous impact on the games that you like today. A $5 super chat from Nikki says, what does the ROG Ally X need for you in terms of performance or Xbox integration for you to pick it up at the current rumored prices? I have no interest in a handheld. I don't think it could win me over. Playing my entire, I will gift a member. Playing my entire Xbox library and being able to hit 60 FPS in every game is just like, that would be me saying something like delusional. That's just not in the cards. It's just not in the cards. It doesn't meet any needs that I have. It doesn't. I don't need to play a select amount of games on Play Anywhere or through the cloud. Like, I don't need that. There's nothing in my life that's like, man, I really wish I could do that right now. Like, that's not something that I need. The PlayStation Portal was $200, and it solved the need for me. And I've used it a lot. I use it on trips. They added the cloud thing, so I was able to play a bunch of Inscription on a trip once, you know. You not liking the greatest game ever made is a bit weird. Resident Evil 4 has influenced everything we played today. My brother played all those Resident Evil games, and they always looked boring to me. Like the classic Resident Evils, like the top-down static camera. Not top-down, but like the static camera Resident Evils. I could never have done it, even at the time where it was like scary and spooky. So I would sit in the chair in our family room, and I would listen to music on the computer, and I would watch my brother play video games. And I never once felt like, oh, I got to play that Resident Evil game. I, at the time, played Quake 2, Quake 3, and Unreal Tournament. I wanted fast pace, I wanted shooting, I wanted capture the flag, right? Was someone asking about a theory we might be seeing PlayStation games on Switch 2? PlayStation on Switch 2. So what is this? Is this me talking about it? How long ago is this? This is a clip of me talking about PlayStation on the Switch. So this is 50 seconds from 6 months ago. That Special Nick, who has been pretty consistent with leaks lately, says there will be a PlayStation State of Play in February. Once again, this is out just in time. This announcement's out just in time for PlayStation to potentially announce more games coming to the Nintendo Switch. There's been a lot of theories about maybe you end up seeing PlayStation 4 games ported to this device, given the power that we heard is close to a PS4 Pro. They could put Spider-Man 1 on this. They could put God of War 2018 on this, and maybe coax people to enjoy those games. And maybe this is 6 months ago, by the way. This is 6 months ago, so this is not in response to the job posting. This is my stream from 6 months ago. You want to come play the sequels on the PS5? I don't know. But the timing of this and Jason Schreier's commentary makes me think that there is potentially some announcements coming very, very soon from big games and big third-party games that want to be on the Nintendo Switch. Not only that, the Nintendo Switch 2. The clip cut me off there. Do a better job with your clips, Fuzzy. You know, just out here cutting me off. What time is the reveal? In what? In roughly 3 hours. Yeah. So even before that job posting, I think that I had already considered the fact that PlayStation may be considering expanding their strategy with when they put a game on video cannot be monetized. The stupid Just Dance stuff, man. It always gets you. It always gets you. Take action, erase song, mute all sound. There we go. Okay. There we go. Thank you to everybody who's hitting subscribe today. Hopefully you come back for our other streams and our other content. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you for 200 likes. As a newcomer to this stream, dear sir, I have two measly questions. What time is the reveal? And two, can you add a timer? It is, right now, it is in about, it's in 3.5 hours. Yeah, 3.5 hours, right? 11 to 12, 12 to 1, 1 to 2. Yeah, 3.5 hours. I cannot add a timer. I don't have that right now. Like, I don't think I can just, like, add a timer. Is that something that they added to OBS over the years? No, I don't see it. I don't see it. Sorry. Should make another channel called Low Nostradamus and put all your correct guesses. Will it be you or Creature that announced the Discord to the music channel? I'll announce it. I'll be a part of the reveal. We were hoping to have it ready for this Friday night. I am not going on my trip now, just so you guys know. I will be here next week. My sister-in-law has to have a surgery in the middle of the week when we were going to be there. So, just watch some of the Destiny vids, says Soldier on Music. I'm not hating Edge of Fate. Might be my casual interaction with the game at this point, but I'm enjoying it. Yeah, Soldier, I don't think the point of my video or my coverage was to make it seem like everybody hates it. It was just, they have made so many insane, like, misjudgments and missteps, and the player base numbers especially are just, when you get to that section of the video, where we look at, like, Final Shape had, like, what was the number? 1.7 million people logged in the day of Final Shape, and, like, less than 750,000 people logged in for the launch of Edge of Fate. Less than half. I mean, you're losing a week of good productivity. You can create your own countdown. How? Someone teach me the ways. I have no problem putting a countdown down in the corner. Yeah, I'll be able to play Mafia on launch. We may do a reaction video. I want people to be well informed before that game comes out. We may make time for that next week. There has been some significant degradation from the earlier showcases of Mafia to now. Some big dips and some big, I mean, yeah. Yeah. Something usually happens when you leave. I mean, it's unavoidable. It's really hard to pick a week that you can like know in advance is going to be a dead week. Google sites have them. Can you put it in the title? It being in the title wouldn't help. You guys are being really needy. Like, it's not that difficult to say, hey, how long? And then I can tell you. And I also don't want to put anything in the title. Come on, y'all. You guys are being a little needy, all right? You know? Let's just settle down. You know what we could do? I wonder if I could just capture the overlay from the premiere. Check my question. Might pull the trigger on this depending on your answer. We're needy, Lono. Come on. Hang on a second. Okay, here's one from MickD09. Thoughts on the PlayStation Portal? My toddler is taking up prime gaming time and I need an alternative. Guys, if you haven't done so already, you can submit a question with the question command or the Q command. That is reserved for members and subs only. If you want to support my channel directly, always check your primes. Even if you don't watch over there on Purple, come over and use your Twitch Prime. And also, if you want to support me directly on YouTube, we're trying to get to 600 people at Member Plus and above. So if you've never done that before, click join, pick Member Plus or upgrade, and then that unlocks like an IRL stream on the weekend with you guys. So we're trying to get, we need like 60 or 70 people to do that again. We lost a lot of people to Purple, so the YouTube, you guys have got to fill those gaps of people that left. Okay, if a timer is too much trouble to this man, what am I even paying for? Somebody provide me a link to do it easily. I don't have a way of doing it in OBS just by whipping it up. I'm also sitting in a chair trying to entertain 500 some odd people, and you guys want me to mess with like a text plug-in in the dadgum software, all right? Get your priorities straight. Anyway, the PlayStation Portal, MickD09. If you are having your screen time interrupted, if your PlayStation can be hardwired in to high-speed internet, okay? If it can be hardwired into high-speed internet, and it can be hardwired in to the same network that the Portal will be connected to, okay, then I think you're going to have a great experience. If the Portal and the PlayStation are on the exact same network, there's almost no latency. If you've got really, really good connection to the router, like you're not like halfway across the house, if you have good connection to the router, and that's the same router, Wi-Fi, that the PlayStation's hardwired into, because pretty much all common Wi-Fi routers now, I don't think this has ever been a case of not this, you can plug into the back of the Wi-Fi, so like the PlayStation needs to be hardwired in, and the Portal is obviously connected wirelessly. It is great. It is great. Now, Zubair's asking the important questions, right? You're going to want to be on the 5 gigahertz. You're not going to want to be like on some old router that's like slower or, not really built for this. Right? You are remote playing your PlayStation through your home network. No, you cannot hardwire the Portal into the router. No, that's not a possibility. When you are away from your home, I think it's very good. I think it's very good. I've not had any major issues with it at all, especially now that they have cloud games. The PlayStation doesn't have to be on at home. You can just play the cloud games if you want. But you got to put your PlayStation into standby if you're going to leave the home and you want to turn it on remotely and play. Again, I've had pretty good internet in a hotel as well as my brother-in-law's house, and I was able to play just fine. Eugene says, I have Wi-Fi 6 network, and there's like no latency. I've sat on my couch playing with the PS5 showing on the TV to test it, and they're in sync. Yeah. So the Portal, for $200, I mean, it's a controller with a screen on it, and it is a huge lifesaver in a situation like you're in. So, a joke says, so assuming you're going to try Battlefield 6, and if you were a fan day one or in general, what jump do you expect from 2042 to 6? I mean, I don't know what you mean by what jump. I mean, I think they're obviously going to try to make it look good and feel good and look like, a modern version of what they've always attempted to do. But I'm just kind of hoping for a good campaign. That's typically how I look at these situations. Right? Yeah, I don't know why somebody's saying I would copyright. I wasn't saying I was going to copyright claim anybody. That's a straight up lie. There's a guy on Twitter saying I said I was going to copyright. I've never once claimed copyright on anybody's stuff that uses my content. Never said I would, never even entertained the idea. I used the portal on a cruise. I was in the ocean off the coast of Belize and was able to play Death Stranding 1. Yeah, especially if you're playing games that aren't like hyper reaction. Like, you're not going to like, I don't think you'd want to play like Sekiro. You know, you literally said you wouldn't. Yeah, I have been on record time and time again saying I would not go after anybody's content that uses my content. Yeah. I just said that if there are clips of me on Twitter that are false, they should be community noted, because you shouldn't be able to say, Reforge Gaming just said this, and you watch the video and I don't say that. That should be a community note. That's not a copyright claim. So maybe look up the difference between those two things before, commentating on me and lying about me. My wife's in France right now, and it works like a dream. Yeah, as long as you have fast internet where you are, and your PlayStation has fast internet and is hardwired in, it's a really good experience. Yeah. It's a really good experience. Like, I've never had any major issues at all. And then we were having, I wasn't quite sure what had happened. It was actually that the PSN was acting up while I was in Florida. But I couldn't connect to my home PlayStation for some reason, and so I just used the cloud. I was like, well, I'll just use the cloud. For whatever reason, I can't connect to it. It was actually that PSN was going down. Like an hour later, I couldn't play cloud either. That was like a day. I think like PSN was down for like a day, which was a huge bummer, because then I was in the airport on the way home and I wanted to test it in the airport and I couldn't. And literally PSN, I'm not kidding you. No jokes. We landed here back home, Louisville, and I'm walking through the airport and the PSN comes back on. And I'm like, well. Mm-mm. When is the Battlefield 6 reveal? The Battlefield 6 reveal is, 11 o'clock? It is in 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours. Is the dude in the thumbnail Mark Paul Gosselaar or Zach Morris? We think it's the guy. What's he best known for? What's he best known for? I'm not actually sure. A new trailer for Land of Waterscar has been released. This title is being developed by the creators of Sinner, Sacrifice for Redemption. The story follows a humanoid doll in a world on the brink of destruction. The game features diverse locations such as abandoned ruins, a magnificent ancient city, a dark prison, snowy fields, deadly forests, and a floating city. The levels are designed to be non-linear, interconnected, and complex. The game is set to release for the PS5 at an unspecified date. Well, it's a China Hero game, so it's not just coming out for the PS5. It'll be PS5 and PC. My gripes with Sony right now is that I have 3 controllers that all got stick drift within a week, and the PS5 Pro has internet issues where I keep getting dropped out of games. Well, the Pro doesn't have internet issues. That sounds like a you problem. My wife and I played Returnal multiple days in a row with no problems. I've played plenty of online games without any issues. My kids play Fortnite and Fall Guys every weekend without a single problem, both on my Pros. The stick drift, it sounds like you got really unlucky because the joystick manufacturer is the same one for Nintendo and Xbox. they all use the same joystick provider. And if you got stick drift on all of them within a week, why wouldn't you just take them back to the store and exchange them? And what are you doing to your controllers? Like 3 in a week? No, me and my 4 kids got internet issues. We all got the Pro. My internet's super fast. There are no known issues that I've seen with the Pro having internet issues. That's not a thing I think I've ever seen reported anywhere. I mean, I'm sorry, if you're having trouble, that's obviously a huge bummer, but I've not seen it reported anywhere that the Pro specifically has like internet issues. I haven't had stick drift on my PS5 controllers. One of them, I had one that got it. It was the black one, which frustrated me because it was one of my favorites. I just thought it had a good look. I'm not a big fan of the white controllers. How do you have stick drift on 3 controllers in a week? Yeah, I don't know. I have my internet PS5 Pro hardwired and the internet does disconnect many times. Wait. This might not be a problem with the Pro. Are you guys on AT&T? If you're on AT&T, particularly their fiber, I was having an issue as well, and it's a DNS thing. I had to go in and manually put in the DNS IP address, the DNS server address. I just put Google's in, and it fixed all my problems. If you're on AT&T and you're having some kind of an issue, I literally it was super weird. It would act like I wasn't logged in, and I would get weird error messages. When I was on Spectrum, not a single problem. I could literally take my PlayStation, plug it into my Spectrum router, zero trouble. I'd plug into my AT&T, and it would act crazy. I'm like, what the frick is going on? I did that last night. Yeah, the DNS is how you fix it. So go into your connection settings. PS5 change DNS. Let me see if I can get you like a breakdown. Okay, so you go to settings, network, settings, set up internet connection. You select your connection and you go to advanced and you just change the DNS to manual and you put in 4 8s, 8.8.8.8. You do 4 8s and then you do 2 8s and 2 4s. Right? Let me just here. I might be able to just put this in the chat for you, and then you can just read it and use it later. I'm serious. AT&T, I don't know what the frick's going on with their fiber, but oh, it's too long. Hang on. I'll do 2. Did they both come through? There you go. The instructions are in chat right now. That should fix your issues. If you're having issue with your PlayStation and AT&T fiber in particular, I had that exact problem, and that's how I fixed it. It was a DNS error. It was some kind of a DNS problem. So, got another question coming up here from Kino Man Sky. Says, have you played Battlefield 3 through 4? I'm a Battlefield vet and skipped the PS4 gen mostly because of puberty, LOL. And the Battlefield 6 trailer showed why I became a Helldiver. Swedish devs just know how to do war games, in my opinion. Absolutely. I can't remember the Battlefields that were my favorite. What was the one that I liked so much where we got pinned down in the tank? And then there was the mission with the sun setting and all of the windmills and like it was just such a beautiful game. What was that one? That was like one of the ones I couldn't believe how good it was. The missions were very story driven, very character driven, and I really, really liked them. Was that Battlefield 1? Is that the one that I'm thinking of? We got pinned down in a tank. I think we died. I think we died in the tank. I think it was Battlefield 1. I remember coming down a hillside and like the sun was setting and there were all these windmills and I was like, this looks so great. I was so impressed with how good it looked. But that one I remember I really, really liked the campaign. I remember playing Battlefield 1942. Is that the one? Like way back in the day. I played a junk ton of that on PC with my brother and my roommate. We were all in the same apartment, and we played it all of the time. I mean, just hours every day. So, those are the ones I remember the most. I'm not like a long-standing Battlefield guy. I was more of a Call of Duty guy. Perfect Image says, why do people keep forgetting Directive 8020? It was actually delayed. Did you know that? Directive 8020 was delayed, I believe, until next year. I believe it got delayed to 2026, did it not? Yeah, it was slated for October of this year, and now they're going to do first half of next year. Yeah. Supermassive announced that, I think, like a week or two ago on Twitter. Yeah. Bad Company was good. Was Bad Company the one? I remember playing one where, and I always was frustrated that Call of Duty never did anything like that. Cloudflare's DNS is even snappier. Oh, really? Just all ones? What, do you just put ones in for both? Because there's the primary and the backup. There was a game, and it might have been Bad Company, where I could tell my units where to go, like the guys with me, and then there was a suppressing fire mechanic where I could spray at an enemy, and the little suppressing fire circle would fill, and so I could suppress them, and then I could tell my guys to push up. What was that? Was that Bad Company 2? I will never forget playing that game, and I wish I could remember what its name was, because I always told my buddies, I was like, this is what Call of Duty needs to do. Call of Duty campaigns are so, like, wrote and rehearsed, like, just run, pop shot, run, pop shot, run, pop shot. And, like, there was a game, I remember playing it and thinking, this is so good. That's what it was. It was Brothers in Arms. It wasn't Bad Company. Thank you, Scott Washburn. Brothers in Arms, you could literally, it felt so cool. It felt so innovative. Like, I would be like, and the little meter would fill, and I'd be like, move up, go over there. And, like, my guys would go off and flank. It was freaking awesome. It was like a little red circle that you would fill. I'm pretty sure it was Brothers in Arms. It was so dope. And I remember being so annoyed that there was nothing like that in Call of Duty. The other thing that always irritated me about Call of Duty is that Call of Duty World at War, you could play through the campaign co-op, and that was the one that had, like, Kiefer Sutherland as a voice actor in it. And I was always annoyed that, like, every campaign after that, you couldn't play co-op. I always wanted to play through the campaign co-op with my buddy. I don't know if Brothers in Arms was co-op either. It felt a little bit co-op-esque because you could, like, navigate it with your... You could tell your teammates where to go. You could tell your buddies where to go, and you could do the suppressing fire. Oh, it was so fun. I loved that. That was such a fun game. Brothers in Arms was so good. I played the demo 300 times. The destruction of the fence was so cool. Yeah. There was a lot back then that would come out and would, like, try to they would, like, try to do all sorts of like new cool things, and I always felt like every game kind of felt the same. You ever played Expedition 33? Yes, I played it this year and I beat it. It is my current game of the year. I also rolled credits on Death Stranding 2 this week. I think Expedition 33 is going to win. It also is the game that impacted me far more. I'll put my thoughts together maybe in an upload in a video. If you want, like, my more opinion pieces, more like direct, organized thoughts and uploads and stuff, you'll want to make sure and subscribe to the YouTube channel. If you guys are watching on Purple, you can use the YouTube command, and that's just another great way of supporting what I do. And thank you so much for a strong turnout today over here on Purple. Little friendly competition as well between the two platforms. We are shooting for a big goal this week to unlock a Saturday stream. If we hit that goal, you'll get a stream with me on Saturday. My wife will also be joining me. I agree, such an awesome game. That's why I was curious to know what your experience was like. I have argued that the reason Expedition 33 will win Game of the Year is that it is beloved. It is not just liked. People love that game in a deep way, and I don't think you can beat it because of that. I think the story was more impactful to me. I think it's going to be more impactful to people in their memories because it strikes at a broader chord about grief and loss, and Death Stranding 2 touches on similar themes, but I don't think it's as impactful, and I'll talk about why in like a later video, because I don't want to get into potential spoilers and stuff. But I think Expedition 33 does a better job in that department. Okay, 1001 is the secondary. Okay, so it's all ones and a 1 and a 01. I don't have anything to write with here. I was just gonna like write that down and do that later. My PlayStation's not in here. Didn't seem like much, but I missed a lot too. What did Mash say? Any big titles or major titles coming to the Switch announced? I mean, there were some pretty. I feel like there were some pretty big titles, right? There was stuff that more than likely. Like I said, I think there's a new Monster Hunter game coming, Monster Hunter Stories 3. That's probably pretty big in the grand scheme of things, a Capcom game. Just Dance, Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, basically a return to form with Plant vs. Zombies, a football club game, FC 26, Pac-Man World, Final Fantasy Tactics, that's pretty big and pretty popular. Persona 3 Reload, pretty big, pretty popular. Hyrule Warriors game. Madden is coming to the Switch too. Madden 26. Chillin' by the Fire was the showstopper, in my opinion. Apex Legends is coming to the Switch too. A Hella game is cute, adorable mouse game. Star Wars Outlaws is coming to the Switch too. So yeah, again, some pretty big names here. The Chronos New Dawn game from Bloober, that's kind of creepy game. Yakuza game is coming to the Switch too. Let's see here. An NBA game called NBA Bounce is coming. What else do we got? We got a brand new game from Square Enix, as they say, Square Enix. It is called The Adventures of Elliot. It actually looked really good. And then Octopath Traveler 0. So, yeah, a lot of those titles are pretty big, pretty well known, pretty recognizable. What time is the reveal? The reveal is in roughly 3 hours. 3 hours and 10 minutes. Nate the Hate, once again, having to clarify, I didn't leak a single game for it. Right. Did you watch the new Hell Is Us video on Dungeons, and will you review that footage in your commentary sometime? Wait, is that a brand new video today? I've not seen that. What time is the event? Shut up, Joker Quinn. 3 hours and 10 minutes. Let's see. Hell Is Us. Diving into Dungeons from a day ago. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It's difficult because I really like what we did with Phantom Blade Zero, where we took 22 minutes of footage, we talked for about an hour, and then we broke it down after. And a 20 bomb comes in from MASH, waking up the member count and saying, let's link arms, boys. Let's get that Saturday stream. Thank you so much, MASH. We'll see if he has a counterpart on Twitch or YouTube today. If anybody wants to try go to toe-to-toe with him. We're now 12 members away from the next milestone. Every 50 members, I gift 5. So every 50 members, I give 5. It's a great reason to gift, to renew, to sign up, to upgrade. You can help pay it forward to others. I need the plug. Huh? And Stone Spire and Joker Quinn are going to make it really easy. 2 single gifteds come in. They're trying to tee up a 10-bomb dunker. Purple, this is your opportunity to steal again. You can steal the next milestone. Drop that 10-bomb and steal it from YouTube. We're at 641. You guys told her, and Pork Pie steals it. A 10-bomb on Twitch. There it is. Man, you gotta love Twitch. They're so scrappy. They're scrappy. They have a little bit, they always have a lower count for the most part in the contest. But, buddy, they choose their shots well, 50 to 21, and yet they just earned another 5-bomb. They beat YouTube to the punch a couple of times, and there's another one. Thank you so much, Pork Pie. When will the trailer drop? In 3 hours. There'll be a premiere in 3 hours. There you go. There's the 5 I owe you, Purple. Thank you so much. Just a joke about Mash's generosity. Mash is definitely, yeah. Oh, I need the plug, right. I didn't catch the first comment, Lobo. I was like, what the heck are you saying? YouTube is always the winner. Purple's won a couple of times. They won one last week. They did. Yeah, I saw Dan Clancy admit that most of the view botting is like small streamers. Yeah, like thousands. Make your own countdown for free. All right, hang on. Here we go. Let's see here. Time. So we need it to be... And a member plus from Ellis Merman Foster says, thank you for the great content. Twitch doesn't have a chance to keep... it doesn't have a chance. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you so much. I don't know if Wired Robe, Cardoc Ren, Pork Pie, and Alex all throw their weight behind Purple. They could go toe to toe. They could go toe to toe. All right, here we go. So July 31st, and we want it to be at, I believe it's 2:30 p.m. Oh, it needs to be July of this year. Not next year. July 31st, 2:30 p.m. Oh, time zone needs to be... Oh my gosh, there's so many. I just need Eastern. Holy crap. There's so many to pick from. Isn't the whole world just revolve around me? Can I just pick New York? Is New York U.S.? Here we go. U.S. Eastern. There we go. Make countdown. Okay. All right. Open. Okay. All right, I've got one, chat. I've got one for you. Since everybody's crying about it. My countdown. All right, here we go. Copy. All right, we're going to add a browser. All right. And we're going to call it Countdown. All right. There, is that good? Is that... Just right here. Okay. Okay, so what were we talking about? I think we were talking about like the games coming out this year and stuff that you're most excited for. We could take a question. Let's see here. Could cloud by clouding your judgment like a cloud could? I mean, that's always a possibility. You know, sometimes you can get a little clouded in your judgment. And, all right, we'll put it down here in the corner. There you go. Are you all happy now? Frick's sake. There's always room on Lona's forehead. Listen, you know, you guys want to make these jokes. I know it's large. I know it's like a billboard. I never thought about using it. That's prime real estate right there. That's prime real estate. There you go. I expect many sponsored opportunities very soon. Okay. There's a lot of space there. Coca-Cola. You know. Samsung. Let's talk. NordVPN. Yeah. What's the countdown for again? Yeah, when I ban you. How's that sound? Is that okay? That's what it's for. And a 5 bomb comes in from Battlefield Reese. Thank you so much for adding to the total. 657. Can I get a ban? You can. We will happily ban you. We like doing it. I'm thinking like lids. Yeah. We need one with the something to cover up your forehead. Question from Dwayne. Hang on. We need to put the countdown behind Q&A. There we go. Dwayne says, if Microsoft stops making consoles and PlayStation has no direct competition, are we worried about the quality dropping because of the lack of competition? So this question comes up a lot. And what I feel like this question fundamentally misunderstands, it misunderstands the same thing that everybody else making their buffoonistic predictions about PlayStation's future, is that they forget that PlayStation is a hardware company. So think about like NVIDIA or AMD, okay? They have got to push to make things better and better and better and better. And if you're like, oh, but if there's no competition, they'll just get lazy or they'll charge too much. Okay. Raising prices could certainly be the concern when competition erodes. Like if you get too expensive, you could certainly then say, well, there's nobody really competing with us. But as far as quality goes, there's no way that PlayStation has a future where they're like, well, we beat Xbox, now we can just take it easy. This is something that people forget, and all their us versus them, corporate greed is the devil commentary that we get from all these very thoughtful people, out here on YouTube, right? It's just very us versus them. You're a corporate shill if you take up for any company for like half a second, and corporations are your enemy. Well, let me ask you something. If all these companies care about is profit and they're driven by greed, why on earth do you think that's going to stop just because some company decided to bow out of the hardware space? Like PlayStation's just going to be like, well, we can just ship crap now. That's fine. That relationship that we've invested in, years and millions of dollars in R&D and advancing technology and hardware. Yeah, screw all that. Let's just phone it in and suck because Xbox isn't here anymore. That happens all the time. What do you mean? Do you have an example of a company that just started making crap products because nobody was competing with them in like the tech world? Like do you think Sony shareholders would be okay with that? They sit down and like, well, we really analyzed the market and Xbox has pretty much exited the hardware space, so we've just decided to really, push things back and not really care. And Spectrum Internet, okay, you're talking about a service. And you're also talking about monopolistic efforts within cable laws where, like, you can't get other cable in your neighborhood. But fiber is starting to break in now. I have fiber in my neighborhood, and it's incredible. Apple. So you feel like every year Apple walks out with a piece of technology that sucks and is bad and is lazy and is not new? Still tech? No. Internet service is not tech. I mean, you could loosely say it's tech, but they're not a hardware company. They're not a hardware company. Activision. So you feel like Activision actively has what? Removed competition and then made crappy games? Like Call of Duty dominating didn't like remove competition. Like I don't really understand the point y'all are making. Like Activision with Call of Duty, World of Warcraft, Diablo, like a lot of what happened with those titles is they got so big, so monolithic, they became corporate, basic like corporate ends to means to ends, right? Hangry Higgs, thanks so much for 6 months. So like when you look at something the size of Call of Duty or World of Warcraft, Diablo, and the like, you can't be like, well, there's no competition, so they suck. Really? Diablo doesn't have any competition in Path of Exile? Like there's not another thing in the market that is actively looking like a threat to that game that made Diablo like pull itself up by its bootstraps. And we've heard that like Diablo 4 is in a much better place now. Like there are certainly instances where you could say, yes, cell phone service and cable services, they did this like conglomerative combination thing where they removed competition. Why on earth would anybody think that that's something that PlayStation's going to do, as they didn't do a single thing that Xbox has done with respect to like trying to scoop up and buy their way into a dominant position in the market? PlayStation's not doing that. PlayStation's just winning. Ask yourself the question, how did PlayStation get to their current place of dominance? How did they do it? Did they buy up a bunch of studios and remove competition? Or did they just do a better job than the competition? You're talking also about a hardware company based in Japan. You think that their business philosophy, you think their worldview is going to allow them to be like, yeah, well, you know, Xbox is out of the equation now, so we can just deliver crap. Hangry Higgs, thank you so much for double dipping and doing a member plus as well over here on YouTube. I've never understood the notion that like, well, without competition, PlayStation's just going to start putting out garbage hardware. PlayStation is where they make the bulk of their money, and their hardware investment, if you look at what they're doing with AMD and the future of hardware, I don't think there's not an inkling of a hint that they're going to like dial back and be like, well, we can really take our foot off the gas now. One of the ways that companies behave when they get into a position like this is they protect their position by continuing to be on the front of the wave. They're not just going to like phone it in. Text becomes stale and mundane. It's almost boring. They should ask the buyers what they want and make it affordable to upgrade as you grow. I'm not sure what you're talking about. People can't fathom that PlayStation historically has just done a better job to providing the content and hardware that gamers want. Yeah, I mean, I don't even think Xbox has competed that well since the Xbox One. They haven't really been a competitor. PlayStation has just so soundly won and done a better job. Did we see anywhere where PlayStation like faltered in their quality because of that? We can't really be suggesting that no competition is good for quality and innovation. Nobody's suggesting that, but you're free to shadow box and straw man against something that nobody said, Joe. Who here hinted at that or said that? Nobody said that. Like, if you want to put words in my mouth or the mouth of other people here, I mean, I guess you can do that and waste your time and energy. Nobody said that, oh, no competition is going to lead to quality and innovation. Zubair says, oh, we got a timer. A 5-bomb from Zubair as a reward for me putting up the timer. If that's all I have to do, Zubair, I mean, Jiminy Christmas. Hang on a second. All right. Okay. Here comes the money. Here it comes. He said screen full of timers incoming. I'm in danger. Yeah. Pay up. Pay up, dude. What did I just walk into? Top left out of sync. You're out of sync. Yeah, but Joe, nobody is saying that. That's at least a 20 bomb. I am not saying that no competition is going to be good for us. Don't bake an argument into this discussion that wasn't even made. You're forgetting who you're even talking to. I have been heavily critical of how completely mismanaged Microsoft has handled. They've got so much more money, and they lost to 2 Japanese companies with way less money. So you should feel a little bit, some of us at least, not all of us, but some of us that have been with Xbox for a while. There should be some level of embarrassment there. You got Microsoft's well of money, their war chest, and you lost to 2 Japanese companies with less money. What is he calling me, Joe? Oh, they switched to handles, Joe. You're going to have to switch yourself to J-Dog. Go to your handle and change it. The no competition thing isn't a real argument. Xbox hasn't been competition for more than a decade. Give me my handle back. They changed it, Joe. J-Dog, that is your handle. You've got your name and your handle. Well, the name was allowing people to do impersonation, so they've switched it. But again, to your point, nobody's saying, oh, we're going to get innovation and better quality without competition. Nobody was saying that. But what we were saying is that Xbox leaving hardware isn't going to open up some world where PlayStation's like, well, we're a hardware-centric company. We've invested all this money in innovation and being a forward mover in the industry, because when you're one of the forward movers, guess what you get? You get more investment, more shareholders. You get people to buy in to your future and your vision, and you increase share value and you increase profits, right? But so like they're not going to say, oh no, Microsoft has abandoned the hardware fight. I guess it's time for us to completely jettison all of our core principles as a business, all the things that make us profitable, all the things that we've invested in, all the teams that we've built, all the R&D that we've done. Yeah, just shove all that off the table. We can just shovel out a piece of crap and charge people $1,000 for it. Like, that's just fantasy. I think we deal in myth and legend because we allow, again, I think the lunacy of Twitter is just contorting everything and like bending itself to the absolute lunacy of Twitter. There's no world where PlayStation or Sony would ever put pen to paper or answer an earnings call question or indicate or signal that we're gonna start just phoning it in and deliver crap, and we're not gonna push quality, and we're not gonna push innovation. Historically speaking, in business, a lack of competition is always followed by all those things you say won't happen. History tells us this. So can you point to a company who got to a position of dominance with their hardware, and that's what they did? All you guys could point to was service situations with like cable and cell phones. Where can you point to a company that like that's their specialty is hardware and innovation? Like, look at what happened with NVIDIA. NVIDIA was like on fire. Their stock value was like quintupled over the years, or whatever the number is, and they were dominating. And did they just be like, yeah, well, we're just gonna start sucking it up, and we're gonna just ship crap and overcharge for it? Did they do that the last couple of years? Now, they might have recently. Some people have been pretty critical of some of the things they've announced recently, but then in walks AMD with FSR4. Intel and Kodak. How's Kodak doing? Glad about my 5090. People who complain are brokies. Kodak and Intel and General Motors. Aren't high quality the TV and stereo sales suffer? Can we change the discussion from crap to just slowing down progression? So do you think all the money that PlayStation spent on the PS5 and all the money they've spent with this endeavor with AMD, you think they did all of that, and what they're saying is that, well, we don't have to do that anymore because now Xbox isn't doing hardware? Do you honestly think that's what they're going to say? They're just going to be like, we can dial back the spend. we don't have to be as aggressive in our innovation. And see, the funny thing here about this discussion is PlayStation didn't do this. Xbox did. Like the idea that like, oh, this is a real problem, man. And we're going to try and turn around and like act like PlayStation's going to be villainous in a couple of years. And they're going to shovel out crap hardware that's overpriced because Xbox basically left the hardware fight. How much time until the direct? Right down here in the corner. There's already a release date for Battlefield 6. It's an alleged date based on legal like verbiage on their pre-order page. Let me ask you this. If Xbox was dominant this gen, would Sony be doing what it's doing, or would they be doing more? I don't necessarily think they would have adjusted any of their hardware strategies, Zubair. I think they've been very, very aggressive and very forward-thinking in their hardware strategy. I think if Xbox was more dominant this gen, I would have imagined that PlayStation would have done more spending on like timed exclusives and things like they did with Hogwarts. The thing that they stopped doing and kind of like they let up on the gas, at least from my observation, they stopped doing the, oh, if you buy this game on our system, you're going to get exclusives for a year or whatever, like the stuff they did with Destiny and then the stuff they did with Hogwarts. That's been virtually non-existent now. Like they're almost never, they're like never doing that now. They're like, well, yeah, I mean, why would we? But as far as their hardware spend and their innovation, the PS5 Pro still happened. The relationship with AMD, I think all of that would have been the exact same effort from them. I don't think that they would have been like, well, we better do more. You know, Xbox is really pushing hardware and power. I agree, hardware has been aggressive, but those plans were made before the Xbox bowed out. The PlayStation 6 will be more expensive and come with fewer accessories than it would with competition. Those are the things I'll agree on, yes. I think they'll start to posture like Apple, and they'll put less things in the box, and they'll feel bullish with price. They'll be like, well, we can charge more. We don't really have anything, you know, competing with us. But I do think the Switch 2 is potentially going to be a continued factor, and you can't go too high, especially, and this is something that I think will end up keeping them from going too bullish with price. They're trying to break into the Chinese market, and they are trying to improve their saturation in Japan. So I don't think you can just be like, yeah, the PlayStation 6 is $900. Because if you're trying to do a better job in the Chinese market in the wake of their efforts with China Hero, and they're trying to break into the Japanese market with better saturation than they've historically had, they do better in Europe and America. I would imagine they're not going to be too bullish with the price, because that would be counterproductive in those markets. Because especially if you're trying to get people in a market where console has virtually no saturation and it's dominated by PC, if you're trying to get people to buy your console in China, the last thing you're going to do is go crazy with the price. You're going to want it to be competitive. You're not going to want to be close to the price of like a PC. That would be a mistake. PlayStation 6 will be more expensive, especially as we keep seeing improvements in tech. If they're able to leverage a lot of this machine learning so that you're not just paying for raw power, Ghost, I don't think so. I think that's one of the reasons the relationship with AMD is so pivotal. I think it's pivotal because their focus will not only be raw power, raw power, raw power. Raw power is getting depreciating returns. That's why we're seeing things like, you know, FSR, and we're seeing things like upscaling. We're seeing things like frame gen. You're seeing those types of tech come out because they're trying to solve the depreciating returns of raw power, because you're just going to get either too expensive or, again, the leaps won't be big enough to justify price. So I don't know if the PlayStation 6 is going to be like insanely expensive because, well, there's no competition and it's really strong. They've still got to remain competitive in the global market. They've still got to have people buying the box in China, Japan, America, and Europe. And when you have a Switch in the market for $450, I know they're not really direct competitors, but that will certainly play a role in, well, I could get a Switch for $450 or a PlayStation 6 for $900, you know. The rumor stuff I've seen recently suggests that the next consoles will use the same chiplets as consumer discrete graphics, which may go a long way to reduce price. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking PlayStation 6 is not going to be this massive jump in raw power. It's going to be leveraging all the tech and the algorithms and things that they're researching right now with AMD. Look at how quickly them working together led to something. FSR4 is the first fruits of Project Amethyst. So you got to consider, give them a couple of years, and then PlayStation 6 is going to be leveraging even more breakthroughs. Moore's Law leaked this already. You didn't watch the video. You said it was too new. I don't make videos about this kind of stuff. It's going to be 4090 performance. Yeah, I don't do tech videos. We don't do videos on like video cards and GPU and clock speeds and this, that, and teraflops. I don't make videos on that. I'll commentate generically from a distance, like about things that could be happening and coming with respect to the hardware, but like I'm not going to do like a reaction to a video that gets into all that technology stuff, because like I'm not familiar with a lot of the terminology and the verbiage, and it's not my core competency. It's not my value offer. There was a time when you were thinking the PlayStation 6 would be $1,000. Is the AI innovation what changed your mind? I've seen a couple pieces of commentary on hardware prices and how the market will react, and I've also looked at how they're handling the hardware. Yes. I have definitely changed my position on that, Pac-Man. Like, if their goal is to say, we're getting depreciating returns from raw power, and Stone Spire gifts a member and gets us to 665, I know what he's doing. This is an old school shout back, and I'll honor it. Only if it's a 10 bomb. So, momentary gauntlet, a 10 bomb, and your platform gets the 5 bomb. What type of upgrade are we supposed to expect the PS6 to have over the PS5 Pro? I'm hoping 4K 60 will be a thing soon in the future console. Yeah, I mean, the goal was that they were going to do, on the PS5 Pro was going to be able to do 4K 60, 8K 30. And then future iterations of the hardware was going to be 4K 120, 8K 60. Now, this was initially leaked by Insider Gaming. Those were the internal goals that they were aiming at. So if they hit those goals, you would buy a PlayStation 6, and the performance mode would be like 4K 120 with some ray tracing. And then there's going to be like an insane mode that'll be like 8K 30 with all of the ray tracing. Like, that's tentatively what it seems like they're shooting for. Which, again, I think the average person's going to be like, who the frick cares about that? You're not getting 4K without upscaling? I don't think anybody's trying to claim 4K without upscaling. That would be an absurd thing to predict, given that they're basically orbiting the entire system around an upscaler that will be updated next year. PSSR up is going to get an update from the algorithm of FSR4. So, as far as we can tell, upscaling is baked into the DNA of the future of this technology. Like, native 4K is a stupid fool's errand. Like, that's it. Why? Upscalers are getting so good, but native is so dumb. People that obsess over native, I literally feel like you're straining at a gnat. It's like, it's so not needed for console. But even on PC, I think straining for native as upscalers get better and better, it makes no sense. It makes no sense to strain at native, because the upscalers are just going to get better and better and better. The latest generation of DLSS is absurdly good. It's black magic. Upscalers are for weaker hardware. That's completely untrue. No, even really strong hardware, people like to use upscalers because they can squeeze more out. They can go for higher frame rates. You can push more with lighting, with texture, with all of that. Like, there are plenty of people that have really strong rigs that perfectly accept and like using upscalers. To be like, well, upscalers are only for weaker hardware. This is completely untrue. No, and upscalers continue to get better at their job. I agree with Digital Foundry and Mark Cerny, where they said, we need to have other ways of talking about this, because we're just talking about raw native resolutions, and in the future we're going to be primarily talking about image quality. We're not going to be like, oh, what's the native resolution? They were created because of weaker hardware and ray tracing. Okay, so the impetus for their creation was weaker hardware, but look how far they've come. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, this is what I think is going on. We speak in, like, so much of what we say is infected with really bad presuppositions, is what it is. There are these ground level presumptions and presuppositions about, like, well, we have to come up with a way of minimizing that brand's thing because I don't like that brand's thing. So there's this presupposition baked into so much of the commentary now that, like, well, upscaling though. That's never been a problem, and it's been manufactured as a problem as a way to act like, well, that's a less than, or that card sucks, or that company sucks, or the PS5 Pro is a scam because of upscaling, though. It's like, upscaling is not the devil. It shouldn't even be passively considered a denigration of content. They have gotten so good. They're good pieces of technology. It's such weird energy. It makes me question if I don't understand the technology. I love people. Let's make a nonsensical argument to harm another platform while praising another platform for the same thing. Right. And then it gets baked into the headcanon of, like, well, upscaling is bad. And it's like, what? What are you even talking about? People care so much about graphics that we can't agree that at least 1440-60. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. DLSS was the first to exist because NVIDIA pushed out ray tracing at a time where FSR didn't exist. Okay, but that's not what we're debating. We're debating how upscalers are going to be endemic to the future of the way that we play and see video games. They're just going to be the natural expectation of your console, your GPU, your gaming handheld. Upscalers are just baked in now. No, it's not just for console, Rope. No. If it was just for console, why in the world would AMD be so invested into improving their upscaling technology with PlayStation for their GPUs? Why? Why would NVIDIA be doing the same thing? So you think NVIDIA and AMD are pushing really hard to improve their upscalers because of consoles? Huh? Weaker hardware? I don't, to me, the picture that these companies have painted is that the future is going to be everything is running with some level of machine learning and AI and upscaling because you're getting depreciating returns from raw power. You're getting, because of those depreciating returns from raw power, they are now heavily investing in how can we leverage upscaling in a way to hit higher thresholds without more raw power. Even from a distance, that's what the conversation has been from my estimation about, like, Cerny and AMD and NVIDIA. They're all investing in the same thing. Let's say Mash says, for the sake of argument, assume Bond and Spencer are right, and the next-gen focus will be on which hardware lets you play the multiplat and the games best. Wouldn't pushing the price a bit higher make sense? And how would pushing the price higher make sense, Mash? NVIDIA's last 3 generations of GPU have been built around an upscaler. Console has nothing to do with it. Some of y'all need to work on your arguments. Yeah, I don't understand why you would think that, like, this is all because of consoles and weaker hardware. Oh, you gotta be J-Dog Tech? Come on, YouTube. Yeah, sorry. Most current gen games are reliant on upscaling to have even average frames even on PC. Yeah, I feel like upscalers are being just baked into the crust of, like, the future. Like, that's just what they're going to be there for. They've not been built around upscalers. That's a lie. I feel like the upscaling technology has been at the center of the conversation of all these companies, though. It's been one of the main things they talk about. The GTX to RTX change on GPUs was why? I don't know. You're getting to take me out of my depth here. If it's for weaker hardware, explain the jerk in chat who says he uses upscaling with a 90 class card. Yeah, there are plenty of people who like upscaling even on their monster rig because it enables them to do more. They're like, well, I want my frame rate to not move and not waver at 120 or whatever. Like, it's easier for them to get there with the headroom with an upscaler in play. Upscaling has been baked into gaming for over 30 years, says Eugene. I have a 5090 and I use DLSS on everything. Imagine giving a 40% performance boost to RTX 5090 through AI upscaling. I made up the 40%, just an estimate, says Kratopsy. They aren't wrong. Ray tracing was so demanding that they needed machine learning solutions to compensate. The raw silicon couldn't keep up. Still kind of can't. When is the showcase? Countdown right down in the corner here. I don't think we're talking about the birth of it, Rope. I think we're talking about going forward. It's become such a helpful piece of technology that it's just going to become endemic to the future of hardware. It's you're not going to go back to a time where they're like, in 3 or 4, years, you're going to say, oh, hey, yeah, everything's all about raw power again. It only exists because hardware couldn't keep up. Okay, but again, you're having a separate argument, Rope. Nobody argued that the technology was developed because they were like, yeah, we really think this is where we need to go. But this would be considered an emergent property. All these things are happening for different reasons, and what emerges out of that is, oh my gosh, upscalers are so incredibly helpful in what we do. It's just baked into the technological front of graphics processing. Like, that's what they've been investing in. Like, listen to the way that Cerny and AMD are talking about it. That's literally what they're focusing on. They're like, we need to be able to do this faster. And one of the ways you're going to do that is with AI upscaling. Machine learning libraries that are able to tap into all this stuff and able to give you, and again, this is why I think Cerny and Digital Foundry were saying, this is how we need to start talking about this. We should not be talking about raw, or I'm sorry, not raw, but native resolution. We should be talking about image quality for weaker hardware. No, I think you're completely incorrect. You're completely incorrect, Rope, because if it was just for weaker hardware, why on earth would AMD be like, well, yeah, let's work with PlayStation to implement this stuff into our graphics cards that they're going to be trying to sell? Switch is only playing half the games they showed because of DLSS. Right, but I feel like you're creating a false dichotomy. It can't exist for both. It can't exist for helping weaker hardware, but also exist to be foundational to innovation going forward with GPUs. Like, it can be both. It can be both. Like, pushing things farther with FSR and DLSS is going to be a center point of the marketing of these companies. It's not just like, well, we're just doing this for weaker hardware. It can be both and. It's not either or. Well, it's either for weaker hardware or it's for the the heavy hardcore hardware, or it could be for all of it. It's benefiting all of it. It's becoming central to how things are being created because, again, they're saying this just is such a faster way of speeding things up and leveraging this to give you so much more headroom with how things operate, instead of being like, well, we really got to push native. We got to really give people more raw power. My take is Microsoft is positioning the messaging for next gen to be around, since likely most games will be multi-plat, the differentiator will be the hardware, and try to push that angle. But that would mean they're trying to push hardware power again, which I don't think they've shown any signs of pushing hardware power. U422 has loss on picture information compared to 444. Nobody cares about that. See previous comment. AOZ says, So anti-aliasing produces visual artifacts and defects, and nobody cares about that. Super resolution is really similar. I'm not sure what you're driving at, AOZ. I feel like both things can be true. I feel like advances in DLSS and FSR are benefiting weaker hardware and are obviously going to benefit future consoles. It's benefiting Switch 2. It's going to benefit the PlayStation 6. It can benefit those things, but that doesn't mean that's its only focus. That doesn't mean that it's its only focus, because if you can have a GPU outputting a 4K image and you can't tell that it's upscaled, and they're able to, while doing that, push all these other things as well because they bought a bunch of headroom not doing native 4K, they're going to promote that. They're not going to be like, oh no, but for the really high-end user or the high-end card, yeah, we're not going to utilize the upscaling. We're just going to give you that raw power experience. We're going to give you, native 8K, native 4K or whatever. They're 100% going to showcase that if they can do more, and especially if you literally can't tell the difference. In my estimation, that's the future that we're heading toward. You won't be able to distinguish an upscaled image from a native image. It'll be almost impossible. I think that's where we're headed. People complain about super resolution because of fake pixels, but tons of technologies have been around producing fake pixels for forever. On console? No, not on console. Wired Rope, I'm talking about the actual NVIDIA and AMD presentations. They are 100% going to get to the point where they walk out and they show you an image and you're not going to be able to tell that it's upscaled. And they're going to be like, yeah, this is an upscaled 4K image. And by the way, we're going to be able to run this simulation with all these new lighting technologies turned on. What, you think ray tracing is just going to stay static? If they're not going to have more advances in ray tracing and reflections and path tracing, they're not going to advance those things at all? All the current lighting technology in the ray tracing suite just going to stay static? No, those things will advance as well, which will then create impetus for saying you won't be able to tell this is a 4K upscaled image. Oh, and by the way, this high-end card running 4K upscaled image, because we're doing an upscaler and buying a bunch of headroom for the processing of this actual unit, we can turn on all this other suite of cool new lighting effects that people have come up with. Like, that's why I think saying, oh, it's just for consoles, it's just for weaker hardware, is so short-sighted with the trajectories that all this technology seems to be setting. They're not setting a trajectory of like, yeah, we're going back to raw power. They're seemingly setting a trajectory of like AI is going to play a huge important role in generating really, really fast, high image quality experiences within gaming. Ray tracing is static. It's just how many bounces they're able to allow without crippling the card. But no technology is static. They're going to do more things with ray tracing. They are. They're going to advance it. They're going to make it better. They're going to make it cooler. They're going to make it flashier. Path tracing is insane, but not possible on pretty much any card without upscaling. Eugene says, every game you've played in the last 30 years has used an upscaling technology. This convo is pain. I know it seems weird to act like the future of these GPUs and these hardware companies are going to just say, hey, we don't need to make upscaling or machine learning as a central tenet, even though that's what they're all investing their research into. I mean, look at what AMD's doing. But is AMD only doing this for consoles? No, seemingly they're wanting to do it for their cards as well, because it's got to be some kind of a benefit beyond just, as you say, quote unquote, weaker hardware. I am not hyper tuned into that world, but people that are hyper tuned into that world are seemingly agreeing with me that these companies are signaling that the future is not, we're going to give you more raw power so that you can run native 8K. The future is upscalers that are so good at what they do, you won't be able to tell, and you'll be able to get more power out of smaller power jumps. That's my sort of 30,000 feet understanding of the situation, is that the power jumps are getting less and less. They're getting diminishing returns because you're trying to push such a level of fidelity and photorealism in these simulations and these systems that you literally can't get enough raw power out of the new jumps, so they're going to have to get there other ways. It's like being against high-quality MP3 files, the kind where 99.9% of the population can't hear the difference. This is some snobby and I'm the resident snob. The most important thing for the PlayStation 6 is to cut toast. This is correct. Dwayne asked a question. What do you think the next big advancement in gaming is going to be? I thought it was going to be VR, AR, but it's not as mainstream as I thought it would be by now. I think the next big advancement in gaming is going to be leveraging AI for living world experiences. Whether it's NPCs that have these gigantic libraries of responses to you, so you have a truly dynamic, emergent experience when you converse with them. Also, procedural generation and AI coming together to create potential live service games that can add content almost in perpetuity to enable a game to keep up with the ravenous playstyles of players. I think those are two fronts where we're going to see significant developments. A lot of my predictions about AI, people rejected and my videos didn't do well, but a lot of the things I said were going to happen with AI are already happening, and I was told it wouldn't happen. I said they were going to use AI for cheat detection. They were going to use AI for voices. They were going to use AI for scripting and writing. They were going to use AI for procedural generation and creating worlds. And that's all already happening. And I think those are going to be two big fronts of development where imagine a game like No Man's Sky, but it's like a living, breathing world that you play. And it hasn't been, some of the sections of the game and the characters and the quests haven't even been made yet. I believe there will be games like that in the future. A game that makes itself, essentially. I'd argue that procedural generation was always AI. It was just really dumb. Yes, it was very limited. Yeah, it was very constrained algorithmic AI, yes. But with a wealth of machine learning and a library full of assets, you venture into a desert area in a game that hasn't been created yet. And it creates a landscape. It creates oasis spots. It creates caves. It creates weather systems. It creates NPCs with entire libraries of potential responses and quests to give you. And the quests themselves can then be developed as you're doing them. Enemy generation, enemy behavior, enemy aggro patterns. These are all things that I think AI will be leveraged for in the future. You'll be playing games that are quite literally alive to a certain extent. That's where I believe we're probably headed. I think people are scared that AI is going to replace people. AI will not replace people. AI will become a tool leveraged by really, really winsome and smart developers to create experiences that you've never had before. Things thought impossible will suddenly become possible. Now, this obviously could lead to a singularity within game development and could have unintended consequences, but that's where I think we're headed with a lot of this. I'm imagining replaying Space Marine 2 campaign, and it's different each time through. Yes, you could have entire replay value baked into games where nothing is ever the same. There's a lot here that I think you're going to see. It'll probably start showing up. I think a lot of what I'm talking about, you'll see like late gen PS6. You'll see games trying to break into this type of development. It's going to take a while. It's not going to be quick. The sophistication needed for the type of thing that I'm describing is pretty significant. Look at the short that I put in Discord. Is PlayStation helping AMD build RDNA 5 for Xbox? What's the cut of the rug here? What are they arguing? Mash says, how I see Microsoft message next gen. Quote, most major games go everywhere, no real difference. Ignore the exclusives remaining on PlayStation. Now let's talk about hardware and what cloud gives you best performance and experience. Mash, that is a heck of a prediction. That their entire seeming abandonment, what's good, Pico? Their seeming abandonment of hardware priority, and they're suddenly going to revert back to making hardware a priority. I just don't think so. I really, really don't. AMD and Cerny are creating all gaming hardware. Pico says, my problem with AI as it is right now is that it requires the internet to function. Once a company develops AI on a chip that could function without needing online connection, is going to change everything. Yeah, I think the first iterations we're seeing of this is something like PSSR, where like you have a piece of technology that's bespoke to the PlayStation 5 Pro that is quite literally leveraging AI for super sampling. Like you're going to have systems within the consoles themselves or your computer that are able to do this. Like the game's going to install itself on your hard drive, and it's going to have these machine learning libraries and AI protocols just right there running on your system that's able to do all this stuff. You're not going to need to be like on some server. We're there already. It just costs $10,000. Right. Like right now, it would be it would be very, very expensive, but I imagine it'll just be standard at some point in the future. It's funny because Bethesda Game Studios games try to have so many different permutations that can account for all the possible dialogue choices in the order that they will execute. The native library for AI to pull from would have to be extensive. The online implementation is a matter of convenience and cost, for sure. Yeah. Kino Man Sky says, if we got double the power from the PS4 to the PS5, what should we expect for the PS6? 4K 60 with ray tracing? Yeah. The goal of the PlayStation 6, leveraging the same technology that they're using right now. If you're just tuning in for the Battlefield thing, this is when it happens. If you like these kinds of conversations and debates, I keep it safe for work. Hit subscribe. You don't have to subscribe to Talk in My Chat today because you might just be here for the Battlefield event. That's totally fine. If you're never going to come back to the channel, there's no reason to subscribe to it. So I didn't feel like that made sense to make you hit subscribe to Talk today. Typically, I run a subscriber-only chat, and subscribing is free. Sometimes we do members-only content. If you want to support the channel directly, consider doing a membership. It's $6 a month, and you get into behind the scenes. You get into Discord. I do streams with my wife. This big goal over here is for a Saturday stream. We'll do some community games like Mario Kart and stuff. You've subscribed. Thank you. If you subscribed, I hope you come back for more of my coverage and more of my game discussions, because it's not going to be very much Battlefield, right? This is a variety gaming channel. So if you've never been here before and you're only here for Battlefield and like you're never going to come back again, you don't have to subscribe. There's no reason to do that. But if you're like, hey, I like the chat, I like the vibes. Again, with me being safe for work, I'm not like cursing and swearing. People, Monday through Friday, they throw me on in the background of their day, kind of like a podcast. If that's cool to you and you like that, this week, just to give you a sample of things that I've covered, the kind of variety that you're going to get on this channel, this is what we have covered on this channel this week. We did the Nintendo Direct Live. We covered Destiny and how the current situation is a bit of a disaster. I did a reaction to Phantom Blade Zero. We talked about his PlayStation hurting its brand by potentially expanding into more platforms. We talked about Battlefield 6 last week, Wu Chang Fallen Feathers gameplay. Before that, we were covering GTA 6, Ghost of Yote, Donkey Kong. So very, very diverse channel. We also do uploads. So our uploads have been on a whole host of things: Wu Chang, PlayStation, Xbox, Marathon, Borderlands, Death Stranding, Gears of War. So if you like variety gaming coverage and you subscribe, you will get a pretty steady dose of live shows Monday through Friday, and you will get a heavy dose of uploads as well. I have no idea why our viewership just spiked. What is happening? Are we being raided by somebody? What's going on? Are we on the front page somewhere or something? What is happening on YouTube? Those thumbnails are great. Thank you. Can't lie, Lona. The presentation's immaculate. Thank you. We've worked very hard on those thumbnails, and we really, really like to give you guys high quality content. I want you to always ask the question, why should I watch and why should I come back? I want it to be because the content's so good that you can't really watch anywhere. I have no idea why the viewership is spiking right now. Are we being featured somewhere? What is going on? I think the timer can be a bit bolder. I don't like to clutter the screen too much. YouTube Battlefield 6 got me here. I have never had my viewership climb this high and this fast on YouTube before. What is going on? The timer worked because of Battlefield 6. Asmongold is talking about you. Oh, is Zach streaming right now and reacting to some of my content? People heard about the timer. This is it. Yeah. We put a timer in the corner. That's all we needed. No, he isn't live. Yeah. He briefly reacted to clips of me like a while ago. I don't think that's why I'm suddenly getting a ton of viewers. Zach's not live? Okay. And a 50 bomb comes in from MASH and says, well, if you've never been here before, we're going to show you what we're all about. Jiminy Christmas. And that catapults us to it'd be 705, right? Right? It was 665. Was it? No, I had it right. The first time. I doubted myself. I did math well, and I doubted myself. If you guys have never been here before, we do lots of members-only content. We're very generous. I gift every 50, so I owe you guys some. And a 20 bomb comes in from Pathalon Phoenix and gets us to 735. I have no idea where all these viewers have come from. I don't know where you guys are watching. Nobody's talking in chat, so I'm a little concerned that I wonder if this is legitimate. Like, is somebody messing around? Because you would think these people would be at least saying something. And a 5 bomb comes in from Jack Garland, and that gets us to 740. Are we on the front page of a runner somewhere or something? Thank you guys so much. This is a great time to talk about, or to show off how generous we are. Live Now Gaming, I'm going incognito just to see. We're not being featured there. I don't understand. We're over 2,000 viewers. What the frick is going on? Battlefield is featured. Are we next to Battlefield somewhere as like a suggested video? But I don't know. Thank you for a 20 bomb from MASH. I'm just trying to figure it out. We want to meet people. We want to say hello to people. We want to welcome people to the community. 55163. We've only gained 10 subs, so I'm wondering if we're sitting on a featured thing somewhere on like a television or an app or something. If you suddenly started watching this stream in the last little bit and you're not logged in, could you take a second and log in and explain how you found my stream? Am I sitting somewhere? Am I being featured somewhere? New sub. Thank you. New sub. Welcome. Well, if you guys have never been here before, the name of the channel is Reforge Gaming. I'm going to do it again since we have such an insane jump in viewership. Let's go ahead and show you what this channel's all about. So again, this is the kind of coverage that you can become accustomed to. Just a lot of different things. Phantom Blade Zero gameplay, we were looking at it. PlayStation hurting its brand. Wu Chang, GTA 6, Nintendo, Donkey Kong, Tokyo Game Show. Like, very, very much all over the place with the live shows, giving you guys a broad gamut of coverage. And on our uploads as well, PlayStation, here's a Wu Chang First Impressions review in progress. Helldivers, Death Stranding. I've made predictions about Tokone. I've made a lot of videos about Marathon and Bungie. I've got kind of a long-standing history with them. So if you hit subscribe, that's the kind of content that I'm going to bring to your feed Monday through Friday. It's a very interactive live show. I keep it safe for work. I hope you guys come back. Other days and enjoy. You're at the top of the YouTube directory when you search Battlefield. We might have just gotten bumped by YouTube somewhere. I don't know. We've been having a really, really hard time on YouTube with our live streams, so I don't know. I'll take it. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys come back. I hope you decide to become a member. I hope you get into our Discord. I hope you join our community. We try to cover gaming from a pretty positive place. And a 20 spot comes in from MASH and gets us to 780. Listen, I hope a bunch of you guys get memberships and you come to the Friday night stream or the Saturday stream. That's what these member goals unlock. They basically unlock a extra stuff for members. I do a stream on Friday night with my wife. I'm going to hang out with you guys on Saturday and play games with you. We've got a really fun VR game called Elsewhere Electric, where I have to wear the VR mask and my wife will be on a phone. That is something that you guys can enjoy on Friday night. That's something that you guys unlock with all your insane generosity. 500 members on a week through gifting or renewals, and we do that Friday night stream, and then I'll do an extra one on Saturday just as a thank you if you guys double it. Yeah, it says right now that in the last 60 minutes, 80% of our viewership is coming from search. So we must just be absolutely cooking in the search right now. Anybody going to YouTube and searching for Battlefield 6 is finding us. We will watch it here together with you guys, okay? We will watch the stream with you. Yeah, we're above the actual scheduled stream when I search incognito. So I just searched incognito and we're like the number 2 result. So thank you guys so much. I'm going to delay the things that pop up that interrupt your viewing experience. I just delayed them. So take a quick second and hit the like button. That helps me out, okay? So here's what we're going to do. You see how this counters at 2 hours? When this gets to about an hour and a half, we're going to redirect to a new stream. And the reason I do that is so later, when somebody wants to come watch the Battlefield 6 official multiplayer gameplay reveal event, they don't have to watch how long is this stream right now? 2-3 hours? They're not going to have to watch a 5-hour video. Does that make sense? So we will switch streams in about an hour and a half. But right now, we're just talking. We're just hanging out. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're hitting like. Used to watch your Say No to Rage content all the time. I've been waiting for your comeback. MVP, don't call it a comeback. I've been here for years. We've been streaming on YouTube for 5 years, brother. I got my Twitch channel back in April. We do multi-stream, so wherever you want to watch, wherever you want to support. A bunch of you right now probably have primes that you could use on me. So use that Twitch command in chat or head over to twitch.tv/Reforge Gaming, and you can use that prime sub over there and bless me. It's been a blessing to my family. It's been a long road. It's been a long road of rebuilding, so days like today help me believe that we can keep doing what we do here, and I greatly appreciate it. I am not going to be your Battlefield YouTube channel. I really hope you guys know that. I'm a variety gaming channel with discussions centered around games. So my hope for Battlefield 6, somebody says, talk about Battlefield 6. I'll do it. Well-made request. And a 5-bomb comes in from D487 and takes us to 785. We're 15 away from the next milestone. I owe YouTube 10 members right now. Okay, listen. What I'm hoping for Battlefield 6 is we really, really want, at least this is what I want. I want a really, really good campaign. Okay? One of the things that I never really liked whenever I would play some of these shooters is when they would start to kind of like make the campaign take a bit of a back seat. I always thought the cinematic quality and the bombast of Battlefield in a campaign was like super enjoyable, okay? So I'm hoping they really, really do nail the campaign. Listen, if they nail the multiplayer and it's got like its destructibility again, and it's got people having a ball, and it's got people, loving what they, are doing with multiplayer, man, God love you guys. I hope you have a blast. I'm 43. I've kind of aged out of PvP, okay? I played too much Call of Duty. I don't really like PvP anymore. I'm kind of old man casual status now. I readily admit that. I'm a bit of an old man now. I'm more casual. I don't want to play sweaty, shooty, PvP stuff. I don't want to do that. A $5 super chat from Charles Hawk says, always a good show here. Thank you for the super chat. Guys, do me a favor. If you haven't done so already on YouTube, this is a massive help to me. Hit the like button. There's so many of you here. The like ratio is a help to me. I know it's like, man, why do YouTubers always ask for likes? It does. It helps us. So take a quick second and do that. It means a lot. It's just a little push of a button. If you play Death Stranding 2, I wish you could just do it like this. So yeah, that's kind of my thought. And you got to get good, kid. I don't have a desire to get good. So for me, my perspective on gaming has really changed a lot. So you might not know my history. I covered Destiny full time for 5 years and basically got unceremoniously kind of kicked out of that community and canceled or whatever, and had to rebuild and rebuilt into variety gaming. Just kidding. It's a perfect opportunity though to talk about kind of my perspective on games. And so when you play a live service game, you get to the point where you feel like you're serving the game instead of the game serving you. And something I've said a lot lately, and people have known, this is kind of one of my mantras now, one of my mottos. Games are here for you. You are not here for the games. So if a game isn't giving you joy and happiness and enjoyment and fun, then just get the heck out of there and play something else. I have very much taken on that attitude of if I'm not enjoying a game, dude, I put it down. I'm not here for the game. I'm not here for the trophies. I'm not here for the I gotta roll credits because, I started playing it or whatever. So games are here to serve me. I'm not here to serve them. Is my posture now. So I will readily be like, dude, I'm old man casual status. I am not about to, force myself to play a game I'm not enjoying. Or in this case, like PvP. Well, you got to get good. No, I don't. You know what I mean? I feel that. I'll be the same way in 20 years. You'll get there one day, young blood. You'll get there one day. Little Shoelace, thank you for using your Prime on me over there on Purple. You guys can add to the total. We have a friendly competition, and it's not really fair because I forgot to add all these in. YouTube is now at 170. So sorry, Purple. You're going to have to do quite a bit to catch up. A $5 super chat tip comes in from Mash and says, welcome. It's a nice gaming community here that embraces different views as long as respectful. Looking forward to engaging with you. Mash is one of the more generous people here. You'll see his name in chat gifting, and I'll shout him out, and Pathalon and others. Thank you, Jack Garland and others, and Stone Spire as well. Some of you guys like Joker Quinn who do all those single gifteds. You guys mean the world to me. You keep this engine running. And Mash is correct. We welcome differing opinions here. We only ever ban people if they insult me or chat because we feel like that's super disruptive to the conversation. So money where my mouth is, I do owe you guys some members. I'm also going to show you guys a cool feature you can use on my channel, which is if you are a member, you can submit questions. And I'm going to show you what that looks like in just a second. But I do owe you guys some memberships here. And we're close to 400 likes on the video. So help us get to those 400 likes. So let me just show you this cool feature that we have on the channel. Super Googly with the super chat says, agreed, I didn't buy the 5090 and the PS5 Pro to play freaking Fortnite or Valorant. Thank you so much. So right here is a question from Key No Man Sky. You can submit it with the question command or the Q command, and then it's featured right here in the broadcast. He says, what will be the change in the controllers in your POV for the PlayStation 6? The number one thing I would like to see in controllers is more Hall effect joysticks. I really feel like that is a huge need in the landscape of controllers. One of the biggest reasons we don't all get Hall effect joysticks right now is because the manufacturer who supplies Nintendo, Xbox, and PlayStation with their joysticks, it's the same manufacturer. So you're still going to get that eventual friction-led stick drift on, typically, it's on your left stick. And Hall effect is frictionless, it's magnets, it basically prevents stick drift. So I would love to see that happen. I would love to see somebody get to the point where they can... One of the problems now is, let's say you wanted to become the joystick supplier to PlayStation. Well, you've got to be able to spin up and scale up to a degree of production of the joysticks to match the amount of production of controllers that they're making. Does that make sense? So I think that's very difficult to do, to get to that level of output. And so there's probably nobody currently at that level. There's people who can manufacture and make Hall effect joysticks, but they're not at a level where they could supply Microsoft, Nintendo, or PlayStation enough joysticks for their production lines of controllers. That's my assumption as to what's going on, but that's what I would love to see happen with controllers. More, haptic feedback that feels cool. The adaptive triggers, take them or leave them. I don't like the trigger resistance. I usually turn that off in a video game. I find it to be distracting, but I do like the haptic feedback. I just noticed that the option for clips is missing. Is this intentional? You should be able to clip this stream, no problem. You're watching on YouTube and it won't let you clip? That 100% should be an option. I can clip. Click the 3 dots, Narwaffle. I've got like, dislike, share, and then I've got 3 dots, and I can clip under the 3 dots. Hattigan says size of supplier is not the reason. Planned obsolescence is why we won't get Hall effects. Most people just buy a new controller. I do think Hattigan is bringing in a very legitimate piece of the puzzle. I do think some of it is... I don't think it's planned obsolescence, Hadigan. I think it's something that would be called systemic obsolescence. Yo, Mike on a Mic says, what's good? Thank you so much, Mike on a Mic, for the $5 super chat. You play on PC? I actually prefer to play on my PlayStation 5 Pro. I do have a very nice PC if I need to play on it. I think we've got, what is it, a 5070 Ti, I think. Just so if something comes out and we really want to showcase it on PC, that we were able to do that. But I'm super casual gamer. I play on my couch next to my wife. I rolled credits on Death Stranding 2, and my wife and I, for the first time ever last night, were big fans of shooters together. And we were loving RoboQuest, but there was a weird disconnect that kept happening late in the game, and they haven't spoken to patching it. I did speak to one of their guys in the Discord. They're aware of it, and they're working on it, but they haven't made an official announcement anywhere. But for the first time ever, we played Returnal last night, and we beat the Biome 2 boss. We beat Biome 1 and Biome 2 co-op. Very exciting. Returnal's like one of my favorite games. So after rolling credits on Death Stranding 2, I've shifted back into First Berserker Kazan. I am playing it on the beginner difficulty, like the lowest difficulty, because I did review access of Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, and after over 30 hours in Wu Chang, I just really, really struggle in those games. They're just not my cup of tea. Sekiro is one of like my all-time favorite games, but I really have to be in the mood for that level of challenge and difficulty. So I have just kind of fully embraced playing casually if I want, and playing something that's really hard if I want, and just kind of switch between. A single gifted comes in from my man Mike on a Mic and bumps the line to 787. We are 13 away from 800. And this is a stretch goal for the week. We'll do a Saturday stream, boys. I typically hang out with my wife and kiddos on Saturday, but we'll do a Saturday stream. I was going to be going out of town next week, which is why we were doing that. That trip has since been canceled, so I will be streaming next week. And we hit the super chat goal. Fellow work crew, what's good? Thank you. I know some of you guys prefer to do super chat, so thank you so much for that. And when you hit the super chat goal, I end up having to gift a member. So thank you so much for that, Mike on the mic. It made confetti in the chat. And I now owe you guys another member. This man is full of pain for the PC boys. He's got a 4070 Super Rig being used to stream this show, and it's never gamed. Yeah, I thank you, Joker Quinn, for gifting a single, and I owe a single as well. So I can give you a bit of my history as to why that is. So I built PCs in the early 2000s for me and my friends in college, and I was a big PC guy. And what I did was, it was around the time that Gears of War 1 came out. Around that time, I couldn't play Gears of War, and I couldn't play Call of Duty 4. I was going to need, this is dating me a little bit here, and Stone Spire setting up the 10 bomb. A 10 bomb member will get us to 800, and anybody can steal it. YouTube or Twitch, that's an easy steal. Twitch has stolen it multiple times today, so we'll see who steals it. When this hit 800, I owe your platform 5. I needed a quad-core processor, which was going to cause a cascade of upgrades in my PC. I was going to have to get a whole new MOBO, memory, and everything else. And friends of mine that I worked with were like, hey, let's get these Xbox 360s. They were bundling them with World at War, I think. And so I got back into console gaming with the Xbox 360. And then I played on the Xbox One. And then I became a Destiny content creator. And my community bought me a PS4. So I was very late to PlayStation. The Xbox Series consoles came out. A couple years into the gen, I was very disappointed in what they were doing. I didn't think that they were doing a very good job. I felt that PlayStation was doing a better job. I really liked a lot of those first-party titles. Ghost of Tsushima and Returnal are like two of my all-time favorite games. So now I play a little bit more. I primarily play on PlayStation. And I played on PC again from about 2017 to 2020 because I wanted 60 FPS. So that's where I played Destiny and Fortnite and a lot of my games. I became primarily a PC gamer for about 3 years. So I've been very nomadic. People will tell you, they'll claim, and they'll make videos and make claims that I'm a pony, and that, you know, I'm some kind of a pony PlayStation shill. I have been very nomadic. I have literally moved from Nintendo to PC to Xbox, back to PC to PlayStation. I've just bounced around. I don't have a huge backlog of experience even within PlayStation's famous titles because I was very late to their platform. So, yeah. Kino Man Sky is saying, can you ask the stream to hit the like button? We need 1,000 likes and you'll sing for a minute straight. I will not sing for 1,000 likes, but getting us to likes is very helpful. We just hit 400 likes. Thank you. And Wilbur does it with a 10 bomb. He gets us to 800 members. I owe you guys some more members. We're a very generous community here. We always try to pay it forward. Every 50 members, I give 5, and we hit another milestone. Thank you guys so much for doing that. We don't just set goals for the sake of setting goals. I try to pay it forward. Every time you guys hit a milestone, I give back to the community, and we have a contest between the two platforms that YouTube typically wins every single day, but that's okay. So thank you guys so much for being here. If you've never been here before, I appreciate you watching. We will go in about an hour and 20 minutes. We'll go to a new stream for the Battlefield 6 stream. We like to do this when there's an event, whether it's a Nintendo Direct, a State of Play, or a reveal. We do what's called a waiting room. We just hang out. We just talk. If you like gaming conversations, you're in the right place. And I keep it safe for work. So a lot of the people here, we call them worker lurkers. They listen to me in the background of their day. And that's something you can do. You don't got to worry about me sitting here cursing and swearing. Because, again, I keep it safe for work. Rolona really doesn't want to sing. No, I'm not really a singer. Joker Quinn says, being as we have 4K 60 RT with the Pro, what can the PS6 offer that would be better or different? Well, I would imagine they would offer more ray tracing, because a lot of the, the 4K 60 modes don't offer the full suite of ray tracing. Things like reflections and that get turned off. Feed is in the chat. Feed, I see you. You're in the chat. Hello, Feed. Guys, if Feed does not have a badge, let's fix that. Let's rectify that, please. If you guys want to know when it's happening, there's a timer in the bottom corner. That is when the reveal of Battlefield 6 is happening. I'm definitely working and lurking. Your streams help me get through the morning. Well, thank you so much, Charles. I appreciate that. You guys that subscribe to the channel and you're here every day working and lurking, you are the lifeblood of what we do. If you're like, man, I can't gift a member, I can't afford a membership, I can't super chat. Listen, lurkers are the lifeblood. Don't let anybody ever tell you that you're not. You are a huge aspect of what I do every single day. What time does it start? Literally, right there is the countdown's in the bottom corner. Countdown is in the bottom corner if you're trying to know when it's going to happen. Let's see here. Yeah, so PlayStation 6 is likely going to be doing things kind of like what Lobo is saying, like 4K 120, 8K 60. It wouldn't surprise me at all if on the PlayStation 6 you see like a 4K 60 mode with ray tracing reflections and the shadows and the global illumination and all of that. Like, you're going to see a lot of that. And the Agent of Chaos, instead of just letting us sit there on that pretty 800 members out of 1,000, JC coming in and bumping us to 801. Guys, single gifteds add up. You guys sometimes like to go on little single gifted trains. They add up very quick. People are saying don't forget to not pre-order. I really second that. I think that gamers are in the strongest position they probably have ever been with respect to pre-orders. Because you can get a lot of information. You can get a lot of information about a game and still get the pre-order benefits. Because there's so many reviews. There's so many early access things that happen in streamers and stuff. You can really have a good, I think, barometer of a game before it comes out. FedEx driver here, always listening. Thank you so much, man. We love you worker lurkers, man. You guys really do help. I know I help you get through the day, but you help me get through the day. I appreciate your vids. I didn't buy Mind's Eye, and your vids brought a lot of things I didn't know about. If you guys haven't seen my video about the truth about Mind's Eye, there's a bigger story there that nobody's talking about, and it's that everywhere game that they were trying to peddle and they were trying to push. And I got news for you. They really screwed the pooch. Their theories about like sabotage and everything else. That's just embarrassing, man. That's just embarrassing. That game is going to go down in history as one of the most crazy. It feels to me, I've continued to say, it feels like a dadgum social experiment. It feels like a social experiment. I don't even know what to say. So, Lone Wolf says, what's your least favorite Battlefield game? The most recent one that didn't have a campaign, because like I'm at the point now where like I want a campaign. You know? The Battlefield live chat is either don't pre-order or do pre-order. Oh, are they over there like they're over there battling it out in the chat? Do pre-order, don't pre-order. I tell you what, if you don't think you should pre-order, you should hit the like button on my video. If you do think you should pre-order, you should hit the like button on my video. Basically, everybody should be hitting the like button. All of you, every single one. It's like that, I think, would be the best use of our time right now. Okay? Okay, Broken Lobo says, early impression of Kazan after playing Wu Chang. I feel like the parries are what draw me to Kazan over Wu Chang. Wu Chang's more dodge-based. The deflect is nice, but it's a little slow on the longsword. It's a little bit more like, I don't know. The thing that I like about Kazan is it sort of takes me back to the rhythm nature of Sekiro. You know, you memorize, okay, here comes 1, 2, 1, 2, like that. I don't know why. I find that to be more rewarding in a combat system, and so I do prefer how Kazan feels over Wu Chang. Yeah. I'm curious about the campaign more than anything else. Have they indicated anything about the Battlefield 6 campaign, whether or not it'll be co-op? I know people get tired of me saying this, but like, I absolutely love co-op. I mean, today is all about Battlefield 6 multiplayer gameplay, right? That's what today is all about. Yes, I played and rolled credits on Expedition 33. It's my favorite game this year so far. I also rolled credits on Death Stranding 2 just yesterday. I still think Expedition 33 is going to take Game of the Year. Death Stranding 2 is going to be a close second, and it's going to win a ton of awards, but I think it goes to Expedition. But I don't know if they've said anything about Battlefield 6 gameplay and whether or not the campaign will have co-op. I think sometimes the nature of these I'm going to remove that question, Pan. We don't want to have any potential spoilers in chat. I'm not going to be answering any story questions about Death Stranding 2. Did they announce the stream after the trailer? Yes, they did. If so, they may have a campaign reveal after this reveal. You think they're going to daisy chain the reveals? I'll tell you this. I fully support the marketing and how they're handling Battlefield marketing. I fully support it. A really, really short marketing window. Like, that's the way to do it. Okay, the question command, PB J-Time, the question command is reserved for members. If you would like to join our community and use the question command and use our Discord and come to Friday night streams with my wife or community game streams on Saturday, which we might unlock if we hit the goal, you need to be a member. So click join and pick Member Plus. YouTube doesn't really do that. I would love for people to start proving me wrong. Be like, hey man, YouTube supports channels. You know, I'll pick up a membership. I would love for YouTube to start proving me wrong. I've been doing this for a while, and people don't like to do that. So we're largely gifted here. A lot of the members are gifted. So, but that does give you the opportunity of using the question command and our Discord and behind the scenes content. There's a lot that you get when you decide to support the channel directly. Just make sure you pick Member Plus. Got another question here from MASH. Assuming Battlefield 6 has massive success and becomes a very popular FPS again, do you think that could be the catalyst COD needs as a competitor, as both Battlefield and Halo have fallen off in the last few years? So, the difficulty with competing with COD at this point, you're not competing with a forward-thinking, innovator, quality driver. You're competing with a home game. This is the difficulty, right? It's kind of like competing with McDonald's. It's just there, it's convenient, it's endemic, it's cultural, it's where people go. It's comfort for a lot of people, like comfort food. Or some discomfort afterwards. Anyway, so for people playing Call of Duty, for a lot of people, that's just it. It's their home game. It's their home game. It's like, it's just where they hang out. So even if you get them to come play Battlefield for a while, they'll go back home. You know what I mean? I think that's the biggest challenge with Call of Duty. It's so monolithic. It's been around for so long. For many people, it's just a home game. And Battlefield 6 versus Call of Duty, I'll be honest with you. PBJ time, you again, you can't use the question command if you're not a member or a sub. So you can be a sub, a Prime sub, paying sub on Twitch, or you can be a paying member on YouTube to use that command. That command is reserved for people who are subs or members. They're not video game players, they're COD players. That, I think, is a significant challenge, and I think what Eugene's saying is exactly right. Here's the ticket, okay? Here's the ticket. Here's what Battlefield should focus on. And I think a lot of people that want to be a looter shooter or a live service game, I think they should also think in this way. Okay? This is how they should think. Instead of competing against the incumbent, just make a killer freaking game. The last thing you want to do is, and really track with this, you don't want Battlefield 6 to position itself as we're against Call of Duty or we're the alternative to Call of Duty. Do you know what that does? It orbits your game around Call of Duty. You're just creating this base level expectation in people's minds of like, well, this is the I gotta compare this game to Call of Duty. So what you do is you make your game orbit around the incumbent, which what makes people do is it makes them think, well, I guess I'll play this for a while and then I'll go back to Call of Duty. Instead of just making a killer game that's like all about being good at what it's setting out to do, like be the best Battlefield that's ever made. Don't try to be a better Call of Duty or a Call of Duty competitor. I think that's a waste of time. Don't try to be a Destiny killer. Be the best looter shooter live service that's ever been made. The minute you put yourself against, the minute you launch your game as the antithesis, you've put yourself in a spectrum that is very dangerous. You're like, well, we're the antithesis to Call of Duty. What? Why would you do that? No, don't do that. GT5 King renews, and another renew comes in. Buckeye plays 4 months over there on Purple and bumps the line to 803. Thank you so much. It's now 185 to 23. Purple, you still have a chance. You just need to drop 160 subscribers. 160 gifts is all we need to beat to tie YouTube. I'm just kidding. So yeah, my advice to any company coming out with a game right now, and Biatch321 with a gifted member, thank you so much, and that gets us to 804 over here on YouTube, getting to 186 on the total. My advice to all these games is stop trying to be the antithesis, be your own thing. And another one comes in from Biatch and takes us to 805. I'm safe for work, and I'm having to say your name, and I'm trying not to make it sound like I'm swearing, but it's kind of unavoidable. Thank you so much. I'll honor it. I know what you're doing. Okay, so we used to do 5 every 25. Okay, we used to do 5 every 25. Now I do 5 every 50. It was too expensive. I was gifting all of the time. But I'll honor it if somebody drops a 20 bomb. I'll honor it. So if Twitch does it, if YouTube does it, whoever drops the 20 bomb gets the 5. I will honor the old school ways. I will honor the ways of old if somebody drops a 20 bomb. That's the only times I'm willing to do it, because it got a little out of hand. I felt like I was gifting way too much. It was very counterproductive. I like to be generous. I like to give back to the community, but I have to do it in a way that's not harmful. So I appreciate you guys and all of your generosity and paying it forward to others. I like to take part in that, but gotta be sensible. And a 20 bomb comes in from MASH, and he says, "You will abide by the old rules, sir." And a single comes in from Lone Wolf to push it to 826. I think Lone Wolf was trying to spare me. He was trying to spare me. 187 and 26 is 213. Quick maths. There we go. There it is. The competition just continues to go handedly to Team YouTube. Hello to Brazil. People are clearly comparing the two. That's unavoidable, Alex. True. Everyone's going to compare Battlefield and Call of Duty. You can't stop that, but you know what you can do? You can position your game as a great Battlefield. position yourself as a great battlefield. Like, the last thing you want to do is strut out and be like, we're better than Call of Duty. You were trying to make the bomb an Agent of Chaos. Okay, Lone Wolf. Okay. Yes, people are going to make the comparisons no matter what you do, but I think one of the best things they can do is just talk about how we are making the best Battlefield that we've ever made. That's the goal. That's the goal. The goal is not to be a Call of Duty, alternative. If you try to make yourself a Call of Duty alternative, like, you're just placing yourself within just that automatic comparison of antithesis. Let me do the 5 members that I owe you guys. Thank you so much, MASH. If you guys are watching and enjoying the stream, thank you so much. We will be watching this event together. Battlefield 6 multiplayer reveal. We'll watch it together. Do me a favor and hit the like button if you haven't already. That helps me out. It helps my video out. And it only takes you a second to do it. Zinthos says, how long would you like the Battlefield campaign to be? Would you be disappointed if it ended up being under? Oh, what number? If it was under a certain number? For me, like a shooter campaign, anywhere in like the 12 to 15, I'm good. If it's like 6 or 7, I'd probably still be okay with that. You go beyond 15, that's, I think, too long. I don't know. Like a shooter campaign, this could just be me. Maybe I'm weird. But, like, that doesn't need to be super elongated. Like, I'm thinking, 8 to 12. 8 to 12's fine. 15 on the long end. Like, 15 would feel long. 8 to 12 is good. You fall below 6 or 7, and it would feel like, well, was this an afterthought? But I would say, in general, that's a good sweet spot. You get to 15, and it might feel like, man, this feels kind of long. Shooter campaigns, I think, can start to wear thin. We all know that there's going to be a vehicle chase. There's going to be a helicopter one. There's going to be one where that's night vision. There's going to be one where you're sneaking in. There's going to be one where you're dropping in. Like you're going to do a lot of, the cliche missions. We've all kind of been there. Be careful, the amount of missions of the campaign has been leaked online. What, can you give me the total? I don't think that's going to be a major spoiler for me. I think you're 100% right on the core. The game has to be good first, says Omar. But I also think they have to do something else to pull people in, because Titanfall 2 was infinitely better than COD when it went head-to-head. Yeah, but I think they could have been more tactical. They could have been more tactical with Titanfall 2's release, and it would have had a chance to thrive. It would have had a big chance to thrive if they had been more tactical. I think they were foolish with the way they handled it. They were 100% foolish with the way they handled it. I think more destruction is enough for most players. Battlefield's landing in a really, really good spot. It is. It's not going to have to go head-to-head with COD, right? October? Well, wait, we don't know. Do we know COD's release date yet? I don't know if we do we? Have they said? I can't remember. Isn't it usually in November? Yeah, right now we just know 2025 for Black Ops. Levolution? That's right. That's right. If you guys are waiting for the Battlefield 6 event, we will be all watching it together. So keep it here. Hit subscribe, hit like. Yeah, I think Call of Duty is usually in November, typically. It's typically in November. If Battlefield launches with 15 maps, that'll be huge. Yeah, I mean, the map count in games like this, I don't think typically has to be astronomical. I think you want them to be good. You want them to be memorable, I think sometimes with games like this, less is more. You want maps to have really good identity, really good feel, really good vibe, like substance. So, rather than being like, well, we have 25 maps, and like you never feel like you see the same map again, and it's hard to get your footing and to get familiarity and to get understanding of like strategy. I think less is more sometimes in games like this. GT5 King gifted a member. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. I I think we were featured somewhere, and I think we've dropped off of that feature because we are. I was actually having to take a break, and I was foregoing it. And holy cow, that was not a single. That's a big one. I can't see. 25. Unreal. I know what he did. He just stole it. Got us all the way to 850. Excellent job. It's so slow, GT5 King, on my blended chat. It looked like a single gifted because it just one showed up. Holy mackerel. And then a 10 bomb comes in from Plus on Black. IO Purple. A 5 gifted. Unbelievable. A 25 bomb from GT5 King. What a monster. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that. Yeah, we were definitely on a featured runner somewhere. We 100% were on a featured runner because we are dropping very quickly. I can actually take a break now. I was dying. I was like, dude, I've got to take a break. But I don't want to do it when we have that many people hanging out and watching. You know? I did not want to take a break when we had that big of a surge of viewers. I want people to get a good sampling of what we do here. Okay, so as we're dropping back down to normal viewership, I appreciate YouTube featuring us somewhere or putting us somewhere wherever we were. Make sure you guys are hitting the like button, doing all the things. I'm going to take a very, very brief break, and I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We got an hour and a half still to go, all right? All right. Thank you for affording me a break. I will pause the advertisements again. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. Whew. I was like, man, let's just keep going. Let's just keep talking. But I needed a break. I've been sitting in the chair for, 4.5 hours. I can be quiet for 14 days. Lone doesn't read my chats anyway. What do you mean? Small bladder? 4.5 hours? Come on. I drink like 32 ounces of water and and then I don't even know how much coffee, 16 ounces of coffee, and then 4.5 hours later, come on. What are you, a camel? Uwala gang? Well, yeah, in the Uwala, I drink so much more water because of how fast it is. Yo, Metanoia with 4 months. Welcome back. I appreciate it so much. We only joke about it when his back is turned. Just kidding. I say it to his tiny bladder face. Yeah. I would love to see a journal of how often you guys go to the restroom. You know what I mean? So we can talk about control. No. We got to stay on subject. We can't do that. This question here I think is relevant. Do you think we'll see a Battlefield 6 campaign revealed? No, I don't think we'll see a Battlefield 6 campaign revealed. I don't think that that's the goal of today. Today's the multiplayer reveal. Perfect Image says, you're saying Battlefield is Burger King or Wendy's. No, I'm saying Battlefield needs to be a completely separate thing. I would say make it a completely separate thing. Like, I don't think making themselves like the antithesis to, Call of Duty is the right call. I think the right call is to be the best at what they're setting out to be. Battle Royale or not. The rumor is that they will have a Battle Royale like at a later time. That's the running rumor, is that there'll be a Battle Royale at a later date. So, yeah. I think, again, with the Battle Royale, I think one of their best things to do would be to really carve out their own thing, their own style. Aren't BRs dying? Again, yeah, I think, like, having a Battle Royale, like, I get why they would think they would need one or want one, but I feel like it would just become like white noise in the market. Like, it would be better if it was like they had something that sort of redefined big battles. Because you've got like these big maps, you've got vehicles, you've got, destructible environments. Do they really need to do a Battle Royale, or do they just need to do just an absolute kick-butt Battlefield multiplayer? I don't know. I worry that if you try to do a Battle Royale, you're just going to really, I think, distract from what could make the brand, stand apart, what can make the game stand apart and be unique, and not just be like, oh yeah, it's another game doing the BR thing. Do something new. Well, and they have the ability to do something new within. They can do it even within their identity. Like, you don't need to do something, complete. You don't need to completely reinvent the wheel. You just need to do what you do really, really well. And then that needs to be their focal point. So it's like, because no one's going to say, oh, you've really got to play Battlefield's BR. Why? Well, it's just a really good BR. You want people saying, oh, you really want to play Battlefield 6. Why? Well, Battlefield 6 is just it's the best Battlefield that's out there, or it's not a BR, it's its own thing. Like, you want it to have more of an identity instead of just like being like this, oh, it's their version of a BR. We've seen games do this. We saw this with Concord, right? Concord was just like that was their version of a hero shooter. That was their version of like the 5v5 arena hero shooter. And I just think more and more, one of the things that games are missing is that boldness to do their own thing. Like, we know all these companies are trying to tap into live service dollars and live service trends. But one of the worst things I think you can do is just essentially try to do what others are already doing. It's like, well, oh, this is our Battle Royale. This is our PvP shooter. This is our whatever. Why don't you just make a game and carve, like, I kind of like what the guys from, completely unrelated but somewhat related, I like what the guys from Phantom Blade Zero said. Like, it's not actually a Souls game, but it's also not just like a strictly like action game. It's like it's influenced by hack and slash. It's influenced by Souls. They're like, maybe we can chart like our own genre of like, you know, action, you know, wuxia, or however you're supposed to say it. You know, I'm not saying you have to just recreate brand new genres out of thin air, but I think being like, here's our version of this really popular thing, I think we've seen that prove fatal time and time again. Here's our version of the arena shooter, X Defiant, Splitgate. Here's our version of a battle royale, you know, Realm Royale, and the litany, I mean, just a litany of dead battle royales, you know, Radical Heights and all the rest. So for me, if you want this game to be good, it needs to be good at just being an amazing battlefield. That's what it needs to be good at. Wuxia is bombastic and a fantastic basis for interactive entertainment, in my opinion. Right, and I think more and more you're going to see games break out that are creative. I think Expedition 33 is a sign of that, like creating something within turn-based that appealed to people who aren't fans of turn-based. You know, and it also was there for fans of turn-based. So, like, could you create such a killer Battlefield 6 multiplayer experience? Can you make Battlefield 6 gameplay so good that you're getting people who were looking for a really good battle royale, or maybe they were just looking for a really good shooter? They're kind of tired of everything else that's out there, and so they're willing to try it. But if you just make like, oh, this is our version of the battle royale, there are plenty of people that don't want battle royale, so they're not going to be interested. And then there's people that are interested in battle royale, and they're only going to play yours for a little bit. I think Battlefield battle royales fall short because they don't lean into the battlefieldness, like vehicle combat and destructible environments. Battlefield will be ready to be downloaded, or should we wait more? I'm not sure what you're talking about. You're talking about the beta? One of the guys that is working on the game said there is no closed beta, only open. But I don't think the open beta is today. Like, I don't think they're going to do like a shadow drop of the beta. I don't think so. So, people are submitting questions with the question command, and Master says, "Do you think they'll bring back Battlefield Premium?" Credit to PJ. Oh, PBJ Time Now was trying to submit that. I have no idea. I don't think we've seen anything. What in the reveal will be a red flag? I mean, I don't know if I would call this a red flag, but I think I would be concerned if they don't speak candidly about what they got wrong last time. I think a really, really good way for them to earn trust, consumer confidence, maybe even win back some goodwill, is own just how big time they screwed up with the last game. Like, I think it's okay to speak to these things rather candidly. I don't think that hurts you. I don't think people are going to be like, oh, I can't believe they admitted fault. I can't believe they admitted they screwed up. Well, I'm not going to buy their game. I think one of the best things they can do in this reveal is really, really own just how much 2042 was a misfire and what they're doing to rectify that in Battlefield 6. Does that make sense? Like, if you're trying to make people think like, okay, you know, fool me once, fool me twice situation, right? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Well, then they're going to need to come out and make it very, very crystal clear that they've learned really valuable lessons and that they're going to pivot and they're going to improve and they're going to iterate. Now, I won't consider it a red flag if they don't speak to that, but like, I really think they need to speak to that. Let's go. Your stream's the first one that popped up for Battlefield 6. Guess I'll be watching here. Battlefield vet since Bad Company. Oh, well, welcome in. If you've never been here before, you do not have to subscribe to talk into my chat, but if you do subscribe, I will be in your feed and on your homepage doing variety gaming coverage. I will not be doing extensive Battlefield coverage. Just this week we covered Phantom Blade Zero, we covered PlayStation, we covered Destiny, we covered the gamut of games that I'm interested in and topics that I'm interested in. So if you're going to subscribe, just know that that is what you are subscribing to, is variety. The countdown down in the corner is when the event will happen. That is when the event will happen. Crossplay enforcing balance mechanisms to trick gamers into fair gameplay ruin many online competitive games since people think it's a skill issue, not some weird balance mechanic or outright hack. Yeah, I think it's really difficult these days to play in some of these arenas because you don't know if the guy that killed you was cheating or not. You don't know if there is... you don't know if you're being like skill-based matchmakes to heck and back. So they have a very strong incentive to do skill-based matchmaking. A very strong incentive. Because hang on. People don't understand how important latency and ping is. Your internet connection is so important. Again, I think skill-based matchmaking is another facet that has really disrupted people's expectations. Like, you basically expect to not have a good time if you're playing well. Like that's my general expectation when I play these games. Is that I've been playing shooters since the very first shooters, like Wolfenstein 3D, and ever since then, right? So I'm going to be proficient enough in basically any shooter that I play that I'm going to be proficient enough that skill-based matchmaking is going to hurt my experience. Middle of the pack players are the ones who get treated the worst because we're good enough to put up good numbers, but then we're not going to get protected. We're going to get shuffled out of those lower echelons, and those lower echelons are where all of the like really bad players live. And so I would say in general that skill-based matchmaking is a needed thing economically. It's not a needed thing for like a pure experience. Like if you want a pure experience where it's just like you're getting matched according to connection, you're getting into games with really good connection, and that's what's sort of the catalyst for your experience, that just isn't going to happen because skill-based matchmaking is like an economic reality for these companies. They know that there are far too many players that if they lose too many times or get killed too many times, they're just going to stop playing, and that hurts their bottom line. Skill-based matchmaking would not exist in these games if it did not have a net benefit to the bottom line. They don't care if a guy like me quits. They don't care. They know that there's going to be a percentage of players that say, I'm out. You know, I had a couple of good games and then I'm getting shellacked. Like my experience with skill-based matchmaking is you put me into games and I put up decent stats, like a 1 KD, okay, which means I'm getting a kill equal to the number of times that I'm dying, right? 11 kills, 11 deaths. That's not that impressive at all, but that's enough to distinguish me from the bottom of the pack. So what skill-based matchmaking says is, well, you're a decently proficient player, a 1 KD. Well, we're going to put you into these matches with these people over here. And then I get absolutely shellacked. And people are like, well, you just need to get good. I'm not here to get good. I'm just here to have fun. I'm just here to shut my brain off and shoot. And skill-based matchmaking makes that virtually impossible. The whiplash is too extreme. So then I'll have a bunch of bad games, right? Then I'll have a bunch of bad games. It'll throw me into servers with people that are terrible and shooting the ground. And so then I'll get a 2 KD. And they're like, well, 2 KD, you must be a god. And then they throw me into another server and another match where I'm not even remotely competing anymore. That is the bottom of the pack? No, it isn't. The last time I played Call of Duty with you guys, we would have 1 or 2 games. I would get a 1 to a 1.5 KD, and then the games after that, I would get decimated. I'd get like a 0.5. I'd be going up against players that just, you know who I'm talking about. They live in these games. I'm old man, 40-year-old, 43-year-old casual dad gamer now. I'm not going to keep up with these guys. I'm just laughing with Hilly and shooting and having a good time. And it thinks that KD is good enough to yank you like whiplash out of what feels like just pure connection based. And so again, it's an economic reality. There's skill-based matchmaking in Fortnite. There's skill-based matchmaking in basically every game that you play because they are playing a data sheet game. It's a data sheet game. X number of people log in a given day. The percentage of those people that lose too many times or die too many times in a row will stop playing. And that is loss of potential revenue. And loss of potential revenue is something that these companies simply cannot abide. They're not going to let that happen. So they're going to institute protections to where if you're hitting certain thresholds of skill, certain thresholds of kill death, you are going to get 100%. You're going to get yanked out of those player funnels and you're going to get put into funnels where the games are very much manufactured. Like you just got a bunch of people that are at the above average player thresholds, and that's whiplash. So you're like, man, that was a fun couple of games, and then stomped. Because people are like, well, you just want to stomp. That's why you don't like skill-based matchmaking. It's like, I don't want to stomp. Me having fun and getting a 1.0 KD is not stomping. Like, in what universe is that stomping? Like, whether it was Destiny or Call of Duty, it doesn't matter. Any of these games I've ever played, that's my experience. I get 1 or 2 games with, like, mediocre stats, and then I'm just getting stomped into dust. And they're like, you just want to stomp and crush noobs. I'm like, brother, I'm completely happy getting in, like, 2nd place on my team, 3rd place, like, middle of the pack, okay, and getting like a 1 to a 1.5 KD, I'm completely fine with that. That's fun. I can find that to be relaxing and casual. But that's not stomping on noobs. Like, for goodness sakes. That's pretty, in my mind, that seems like pretty mediocre performance. In the grand scheme of things, I grew up playing Quake 2 and 3 and Call of Duty. I mean, you had guys putting down 2 and 3.0 KDs. A 1.0 KD is like, that's pretty mediocre in my experience. Playing getting a 1.0 KD. The follow-up picture? Let's see it. Playing getting a .5. There it is. Excellent work, Fuzzy. Excellent work. Let's get this on the screen. So Fuzzy was getting some screenshots here in one of the streams today, and so he says right here, I'm playing, I'm getting my 1.0 KD, and then the very next game, that's what happens. There it is. Stone Spire says, I missed the Nintendo show. What were some of the highlights? A lot of third-party games coming. A lot of third-party games, a lot of remakes, remasters, and things like that, which is not surprising. A lot of us kind of saw that one coming. Thinking that, like, yeah, they're gonna lean. A lot of people are gonna lean into the Switch 2. They're gonna lean in hard. Chilling by the fire. Yeah, that was a Star Wars Outlaws announcement. Yeah, I was kind of surprised to see that actually take place. Of all the games to land on Switch 2, Star Wars Outlaws. Whew. If you guys have not hit the like button yet, be sure to do that. Try to get us to 500 likes. You guys have absolutely crushed it today with the gifting. You guys are well within hitting the stretch goal of 1,000 for the Saturday stream. We do not typically do Saturday streams as an incentive, but I am happy to offer that incentive when you guys go so crazy with support. The whiplash of winning a few too often and feeling like the game does things to stop that win streak, like things that happen feels beyond strategic lad spikes, hit registration. Yeah, it can feel like you're kind of getting, whiplash is the best description. Yeah, it feels like you're getting kind of beat up by the system. Yeah. Vedger says, Battlefield should introduce a new type of hectic multiplayer mode where the 4 best players from round before get to play in survivalist team, fully equipped, versus 16 to 64 players with basic equipment. I don't know if any of these game modes are ever really going to get anywhere like off the ground. When's the trailer? Countdown right here. Where like it's a couple of people versus a bunch of people, or like the Evolve game. Like one monster versus a team. I don't feel like games like that ever really take off. I think people like the idea of being like dropped into a battle royale free-for-all, or a squad-based battle royale, or like a squad-based, multiplayer game where there's like lots of squads. Like the Battlefield modes. Like, what are they called? Like Rush and Onslaught was a Unreal Tournament game. But like Rush and all those, like that, I think. I don't know about the whole like, hey, you did a good job, and now it's you against 50 people. It says on the trailer, includes optional in-game purchases. What do you think that means? Probably the cosmetics would be my bet. That's it. Conquest. I could not think of it. There was like Rush and Conquest back in the day. Trying to bleed the other team of all their tickets. Yeah. Success. What? Bungie has abandoned one of its marathon trademarks following illegal opposition from Traxxas. Oh, good golly. It means microtransactions. I would assume microtransactions in a Battlefield are cosmetic. Now, here's what people have been saying, and you guys are obviously free to weigh in on this. A lot of people are basically saying, please don't put the chintzy, goofy ones. Oh, yeah, we could change the Twitch title. You're correct. Edit. We could switch. Do they have a directory? Yeah, I'll switch directories. We'll see if we can't get a little bit of traction maybe in the Battlefield directory instead of hanging out and just chatting. Nicki Minaj or Snoop Dogg? Yeah, I would say that it's probably a safe bet to. I wouldn't do that. I would avoid. I still think Twitch can win today. You think somebody's going to drop 200 members, Hilly? Oh, I do need to include the 25. Hang on. I am missing those. In the member battle. You guys have 48. Sorry. No Star Wars, please. Yeah, like, I think people are getting kind of tired of that. They're getting kind of tired of, like, the pop. It's basically is the Fortnite-ification of all games. Like, Fortnite added pop culture references on, like, every street corner in their game. And I think people are just tired of that. And I think because Fortnite did it, all these other companies thought they could do the exact same thing. Like, well, we can throw in this or that or whatever. Can you check my last message? I'm either stupid or really stupid, but I still can't figure out how to upgrade while having a gifted. Have you tried the upgrade command? Does it let you? It's actually really, really hard. So it's not that you're stupid. YouTube arguably is very frustrating. They make it, it should just be as simple as a button push. Like, you should literally click the join button and it should say, you're on a gifted member, would you like to upgrade? Like, that should be the pop-up. I don't know why they make it so dadgum difficult. Like, it's super frustrating. It is one of the biggest things we've been trying to work on for the 5 years I've been streaming on YouTube. And, like, upgrading is super not easy. It's so frustrating. There's no telling how many people over the years have wanted to and just can't figure it out. One of the best things to do is, if you can't figure it out, is go to the join menu, click the 3 dots up in the corner, and just toggle receiving gifting to off. So eventually it'll lapse and you can pick up your own. That's sort of our patient play, is getting more and more people to say, I don't want to receive gifteds on this channel, and then when it lapses, you can just buy your own. Just make sure if you buy your own or if you upgrade, you want to upgrade to Member Plus, so that way you can get into the behind-the-scenes content. You can't get into the behind-the-scenes content if you're on the gifted membership. I've been on free due to how hard it is on Apple, YouTube to do. Oh, Apple makes it even harder. You want to do it on a browser. The app is trying to put in the Apple tag, so you're far better off doing it in a browser. Yeah. If you guys are just tuning in over here on Twitch or YouTube, you can watch me in either place. We are going to be co-streaming the Battlefield 6 multiplayer gameplay reveal, so you can sign in, sit in. Or sign in, sit in. I don't know what I'm saying. You can lock in. That's what the young kids say, right? So hit follow, hang out. It's a variety gaming channel. I cover all sorts of gaming news. We have lively discussions. I've been on free due to how hard it is. Yeah, I think a lot of people get stuck and they can't get off a gifted. And we do have a friendly competition between the platforms, gifting subscribers, or gifting subs in the case of Purple. And you guys are only, about 200 behind today. Just a measly 200 behind. I'm locked in, brother. That's right. That is right. Yo, what's good, Melrose Mike? How are you? I've been on free due to how hard it is on YouTube to do. I don't know why you keep saying that. You've said that now 4 times. I've read what you said and replied to you. I'm not sure why you keep saying it. You're like stuck in a time loop. Twitch normally wins. Today was an off day. Oh, Twitch normally wins? I didn't realize that. Ooh. Oh. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to schedule the new stream on YouTube. Twitch, you don't have to do anything. I'm going to schedule the new stream on YouTube. In about 30 minutes, we're going to go to the new stream. Did you sing? We didn't get 1,000 likes, and I never agreed to that. How 1-to-1 is the Switch 2 backwards compatibility? I've not tried a ton of different games, but like the Tears of the Kingdom upgrade is well worth the money. He sung Mamma Mia and you missed it? Yeah, I sung Mamma Mia and we've already removed it from the broadcast, so you'll never find it. Sorry. They won the race to second place. That's right. We need to bring karaoke back for Friday night with Madam. I really don't want to bring karaoke back. I don't think I ever really enjoyed that. Yeah. I'm not a fan. Sorry. There is a multiplayer reveal trailer with the multiplayer reveal event, right? Does your dinosaur... You have any dinosaurs in your dinosaur tour? Yeah. Any multiplayer reveal in your multiplayer reveal? Yeah, there should be. I need to ban some people. Can I get mod power, says Zubair? Okay, wrap then? No. Let's we got some more questions here. Kino Man Sky says, what about a Helldivers 2 style ongoing war mode for Battlefield 6? That would be incredible. Or no. Helldivers 2 style ongoing war mode. I mean, it would certainly be pretty cool to have people like, continually dropping in and just kind of have this ongoing thing. Want to get to some questions? We actually only have one more. I've answered all of them. We're actually at the end of the queue. So yeah, a drop-in thing like that would actually be pretty kind of cool. Yeah. Adam says, this is not what the question command is for. Can you put the timer on your forehead for the sake of the clarity? I already did that as a joke. And typically I'll skip questions like that. So if your question gets skipped, it's because you were just joking around. And this question here, do you think Battlefield could compete with COD? I can reset the question queue. As far as it competing with COD, I got that question earlier. I don't think that should be the goal of Battlefield. I don't think that should be the goal of Battlefield. To we're going to compete with COD. I think their goal should be to be the best Battlefield that's ever been made. That should be their goal. It's like if you, I'm telling you, and we talked about this, you want to orbit your game around another game, I think that's a mistake. That is an enormous mistake. I was going to sub, but I can't even do that. You can't subscribe to my YouTube channel? Sounds like a you problem. Wilbur, what's the point of that? Why are you putting that tweet in the Discord about the Battlefield thing in 2 hours? We're here right now covering it and getting ready to co-stream it. Do you think there's something in the tweet we should see? Battlefield 6 looks like the gunplay isn't visceral enough. I mean, if you're talking about the leaked footage was pre-alpha and it looked pretty rough. If that's what you're talking about, we haven't really seen much. We haven't seen much outside of that. I don't know if that's. I'm not gonna judge a game based off of that, leaked pre-alpha footage. Because I think in general, a lot of the times when you see those early tests, nothing's been really dressed up yet. You're just getting sort of the bare bones of the game. I trust Vince Zampella, the man's a genius. Solemn says, I don't think Battlefield 6 will be able to compete numbers-wise with the next COD, but I do think it'll compete quality-wise overall. One of my biggest concerns about Battlefield 6 is, what we're hearing from the executive level. You got executives talking about the game and making promises to shareholders and, trying to really drive some kind of a narrative. We're gonna have it's gonna be so big, it's gonna be so insane and so popular, and we're gonna outdo this and outdo that. Yeah, there is a significant difference between a game being driven by a game being driven by passion and innovation, and a game being driven by, we're going to try and make a ton of money and we're going to try and be the biggest game ever. I think that's one of the biggest concerns I would have with Battlefield, is it just seems like some of the early commentary we're hearing is so much promises are being made about size, scope, and success of the game. I think that's not how you want to position a game. You think about it like this. When you position a game as if you're talking to shareholders, well, then you're not talking to gamers. That's why I keep saying, like, you don't want to pit your game against the competitor. You don't want to pit your game as if it's like, well, this thing's going to be amazing. We're going to have player numbers, concurrent player numbers never seen before. It's like, it sounds like you're talking to shareholders, bro. It doesn't sound like you're talking to gamers. Are you going to have any beta codes? As far as we know, it's going to be an open beta. I don't think it's going to be closed. There was commentary from one of the guys at the company that basically said it's not going to be a closed beta. So I don't know if you're going to need codes. They haven't spoken to it. 2 betas. Yeah, and the guy responded to that and said there's no closed beta. So I do think there's probably going to be 2 open. So you might need codes for the open, but I don't know. I thought open meant that, like, you wouldn't need a code, right? I could be wrong, but the thing I saw, the guy replied and said there was no closed beta. So I'd argue COD lowering its quality quite a bit the last few games is putting Battlefield 6 getting back up to its average old quality is what it will take, is what it will make it seem like it's above and beyond compared to the next COD. You heard YouTubers were going to have drops for closed. Maybe. I mean, I don't think we're probably not. You have drops. I didn't hear anything about there being drops. Yeah, I don't know. I appreciate all you guys coming in now, suddenly following the channel over here on Purple. I do variety gaming news coverage, and I've not heard anything about drops on this particular game. If people are putting that they have drops in their title, I don't know if I saw anything announced about that. Typically, when you go to the directory, like when I go to the directory and say that I'm going to be streaming in this directory, it would usually announce that to me and say, like, hey, there's drops. The streamers that were invited are the only ones with drops. Oh, so they were invited to the event. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, I don't know if they're doing drops on Twitch. People always put drops for viewership, even in just chatting. Yeah, I'm not going to put something fake in the title. Open beta is for the best because they know that all the COD players will come over and play it. Well, I think, and we kind of spoke about this a little bit earlier, like I think you definitely want to see them sort of speak to the missteps and the mistakes that they made. You don't want to just come out and be like, hey, we got a new Battlefield. I think they need to acknowledge where they messed up with 2042, commit to rectifying a lot of that, and, be frank and honest with the community. Like, let people know that you did I save these? I can't remember if I saved these thumbnails, because we are going to need to go to a new stream for the co-stream. Because later on when people look for this, it'll be easier for them to watch a shorter stream about it than to watch this is going to end up being like a 5-hour long stream, the waiting room. And so you guys can really help us when we go to the new stream. You can really help us climb back up and just crush it. So we'll go at 2. I should have scheduled this a while ago. I should have set a timer. I should have scheduled it a little bit earlier, so there was a chance for the 30-minute notifications to go out. So we'll go over there in about 20 minutes. We'll go to a new stream in about 20 minutes. Guys on Twitch, you don't have to do anything. Guys on YouTube, I'll provide you with the link. I'll also redirect you. Redirect worked really well earlier. Hopefully that's the case again. Hopefully it works well. Again, they've been making that a smoother process. Will it be crossplay? I can't imagine it being it lacking crossplay at launch. That's like, I know that rematch soccer game ran into technical issues and it launched without it, but I don't know. That would be odd. That would be odd. Adam King submits a question and says, what about COD appeal to you more over Battlefield? I've always preferred Battlefield's ability to make you feel like you made a difference in the outcome besides getting kills. I'll be honest with you. What probably appealed to me most about Call of Duty is I played it first. I think that sometimes it just comes down to that. You know? I played it first. If you guys are coming over here on Purple to watch and you're getting hit with a bunch of ads, you won't see that if you're a sub to the channel. So if you got a Prime or you like supporting channels of subs and you want to get past all that, I turn off ads for subs. So you support me directly, and then I remove them, and you don't have to see them. The lack of class-locked weapons and regular modes has me worried. It's going to be closed or open beta. There was a guy from the company, from the dev team or something in a Discord, who said that there is no closed beta, just open. And the details, I'm assuming the details will be forthcoming in today's broadcast. So will there be a server browser? No idea. We'll have to wait and see what they say. So if you guys are tuning in, we're going to co-stream the event here in about 15 minutes. You guys on YouTube, I'll give you a new link and a new video to go to. And you guys on Purple, you don't have to do anything. You can just stay put. You think they're going to drop it today? I don't know if they're going to ghost drop. I don't know if they're going to shadow drop a beta. Need to find a live stream the event on my personal YouTube channel. You won't get a copyright strike. No, co-streaming is completely legitimate. Copyright strikes will only happen with content that has been leaked and you don't have a right to show. You can throw up a trailer and react to it. You can co-stream a reveal event and react to it. These are all legitimate and transformative forms of what's called like fair use. Now, if they run copyrighted music in the trailer and in the reveal, you'll get a copyright claim, not a strike. Not a strike, just a claim. And you can choose to mute that section or just have your video be demonetized. So that is what you can do with any event that happens. Hopefully they'll take good care of us multiplayer fans out there after dropping $70 and not putting all their focus on the free aspect of the game and the BR like COD does. Yeah, I mean, I'm obviously wanting it to have a good campaign. I totally get people being like, I don't really care about the campaign, man. I just want the multiplayer to be good. I think the history of Call of Duty has honestly made it really, really hard on all of these companies because you can't just, like, that expectation is so ingrained that if you drop a game like this without a campaign, it's like heavily criticized. Especially if you're dropping it without a campaign and you want to charge money for it. It's like, what are you doing? A PvP only game and you're charging full price? Like, Battlefield 2042 was a bold experiment and it did not go over very well for them. So I think it's completely legitimate for people to say, hey, you know, it's great that you're doing both, but hopefully you don't rob Peter to pay Paul, you know. You're in? You're in what? Battlefield hasn't been great since Bad Company 2. I haven't really played enough of them to be like, this is my favorite. I think Battlefield 1 was the last one I played and really, really enjoyed it. I was a Destiny streamer at the time, and we would play like different games in the afternoon. And that was one... that was the one that I enjoyed. Are we okay talking leaks? I don't care if you talk leaks. I mean, the gameplay leak to me wasn't that compelling because it wasn't that compelling because it was like it just looked like gameplay in a pre-alpha state where they were kind of testing some things, you know. I think the identity is the campaign. I always religiously complete the campaigns before jumping into multiplayer. That's what I always did with Call of Duty, and my friends hated that I did that. Hated. Xbox dominating, but yet you say it's no big deal. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Dominating what exactly? I know some people who got to play, and from what I've heard, the gameplay is aligned with Battlefield 4 style of gameplay. I've heard that. I've seen people saying that it feels like a return to form, and people are excited about that. So, yeah. That should be good. That should be good for those that are looking for that return to form. Mm-hmm. This guy is such a pony. Okay, so you're unironically using that word. Okay. We got a real cool guy in chat, everybody. Such a pony. Doesn't even know how to spell pony. What a loser. Console warring and can't even spell the insult correctly. How pathetic can you get? Thank you so much for renewing Ghost. No, you upgraded Ghost. You did it. Upgrades count as 2. If you guys upgrade to Member Plus, you count as a double. You have an excellent job. Oh, you do? I don't think anybody said anything. Did anybody say anything about that? Did anybody say that he didn't have a good job? That was hard. I finally figured it out. Ghost figured it out. He figured out how to upgrade. You guys don't read the news. Xbox is dominating. Last time I'll say it. Well, thank you for committing for that to being the last time you'll say it. I mean, we asked what they're dominating and you didn't tell us. I have my own place. I don't understand. Are you arguing with your mother or are you arguing with us? I have a good job. I've got my own place. I'm success. I'm a big boy. I am a big boy. Who are you arguing with? Is your mother in chat? You know, you never really amounted to anything. You know, you just out here console warring. You still can't even spell pony. You know? I'm a man. I have a good job. I'm a big boy. All right. If you insist, Turbo. I mean, we're very proud of him. Everybody wish him well in his life and in his endeavors. He's a big boy. He's very successful. I'm an adult. I'm a man. I'm 40. Timer on the screen. Oh, yeah. The timer's on the screen. It's a new timer. That's just the timer from YouTube. But yeah, that timer works just as well as the other one that I was using. Yeah. Put my big boy pants on. Yeah, you know what he was going to say next? He bought a pair of jeans just last week all by himself. You know? His mom didn't even have him come out of the dressing room to see how they fit in the waist. You know, we all remember those days. You know, he bought a pair of jeans all by himself. That was his next boast. That was the next thing he was going to brag about. Proud of you, son. Oh, oh my gosh. Real men don't try on clothes in the dressing room. You just eyeball it. That's right. That's right. Don't try on clothes in the dressing room. Buy them, and when you get them home and they don't fit, throw them away. Don't return them to the store. Be a man. That's such a Be a Man Mafia skit right there. Don't try and clothes at the store. Buy them and take them home, and if they don't fit, just throw them away. Be a man. Oh, Fathom Rocker comes in with 3 months, dude. Thank you so much. Getting us to 864. How do you feel about Vince Zampella being in the head in charge of Battlefield 6? I mean, it sounds like the right choice. I mean, the vibe, the tone, the trust from the public seems like they made the right choice. Oh, did I miss a sub? Hang on 1 second. Cersei, I am so sorry. I missed you subscribing as a tier 2. That is so kind. I'm counting that as a double, and that gets us to 866. I'm so sorry I missed that. I switched windows, and I couldn't see the dashboard of Twitch anymore. I apologize. The pain. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. I love you. I love you. And you changed everything today with just doing that. I'm kidding around. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the tier 2. I am so sorry that I missed it. Don't throw them away. Store them in the back of the closet, and every 5 years just try them on. That's right. That's right. Don't talk about console sales, but game sales matter. My favorite is seeing a bunch of multi-platform games that have always sold well on PlayStation continue to sell well, and people are like, yeah, but the owner's different now, so like Jiminy Christmas. Jimmy Neutron looking mother effer calling people turbo. Listen, it's uniquely frustrating for these guys to be insulted by me, Eugene. It is. I'm 5'6", I weigh like 140 pounds, and they hate my hair. Like, it really burns them up, you know. Hey, El Rola. Is that a renewal or an upgrade? Al Rola 222. If you upgrade to Member Plus, I count it as twice of a membership. I need everybody on YouTube to do that. Everybody. All of you. Upgrade to Member Plus or sign up to Member Plus. The official Battlefield website says 5 minutes. Yeah, they're going to do probably a countdown. They'll probably go live and have like a 30-minute countdown, will be my guess. Went for a quick surf, made it back just in time. Well, welcome back, Charles Hawk. Hopefully the waves were breaking just the right way for you. New Marvel Tokone gameplay breakdown? Really? Renewal, I think. Okay, thank you. Let me add it to the total. 867 on the week. If you guys get to 1,000 before the end of Friday, we're going to do a Saturday stream. It's going to be a long one, too. Pause. Gwendolyn, I was on a gifted and got the VIP one, so I don't know if it was an upgrade or what. That's an upgrade, Gwendolyn. If you upgraded to VIP from gifted, thank you so much. I'm going to count it right now because I already counted it as one. I've said this many times, and the YouTube culture is just very, very hesitant to do it, and I get that. I totally do. There's just an ocean of free content on the platform, but I'm able to do this full time because of the paying members. And we just need more and more people to do that. $6 a month, you know, for the cup of coffee a month supports my channel. And that's going to get you into all sorts of behind the scenes, the Discord, the extra content. And Anthony's asking for 10 more likes. Get us to 500 likes. Echoes of the M combat update trailer yesterday. I agree with you that the combat looks slow, but it looks like a vast improvement. Oh, the new footage looks vastly improved. I'll have to check that out. Thank you for telling me that. I'm having trouble hearing myself. Hang on. It might be the cord there. There we go. Okay. We got to get ready to switch gears here in just a second. We are going to go to a new stream over here on YouTube, okay? We are going to go to a new stream, and it really helps me out doing it as a separate stream. I know it might seem a little strange, but it is extremely helpful to me. Okay. Okay. Battlefield 6 multiplayer reveal. YouTube, Twitch, we're on both places. No, that's the wrong thumbnail. There we go. Is Nintendo doing something today? Nintendo already did something today and we covered it. Okay. I'm going to send an update too in the Discord in case anybody has forgot that we are covering this today. 2 minutes. You're about 10 minutes into a timeout. Why would you be 10 minutes into a timeout? I'm an hour into timeouts? Huh? I'm going to watch an hour of timeouts again? What are you talking about, Dan? Nobody's timing out anybody. All right, I'm going to put a link in chat, y'all. I'm going to put a link in chat. If you are on YouTube, hit the like button and then click the link in chat or ride the redirect. We're going to a new stream. We are going to a new stream so that this will be a separate broadcast on my channel later. This video did incredibly well, but I like to have a shorter broadcast for the co-stream, okay? Here we go. Thank you so much for checking out this video. This is going to be my co-stream of the Battlefield 6 multiplayer gameplay reveal. If you are looking for the Battlefield 6 official multiplayer gameplay reveal event, you're going to want to fast forward 29 minutes if you're watching this later, okay? I do variety gaming coverage and a talk show that's very interactive. So if you sub to this channel, it's not just for Battlefield. There's a lot of different stuff that I do, okay? So hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. If you do a membership, you get into all my behind-the-scenes content. I'm going to end the previous stream. We had a huge stream doing a waiting room for this event. That's another fun thing that we do.